Okay, this will call our State Tribal Economic Development Commission meeting for August 7th, 2026 to order. The Montana Department of Commerce records the meetings electronically and is served as official meeting minutes. If you are attending virtually, please raise your hand, be called upon. Please help the public by identifying yourself when you speak. Explain any acronyms that may be used in the discussion. If you're referring to a document, state the document name. The recording will not be edited, cut, or altered in any manner. The use of AI note-taking, transcription, or summarization tool is not permitted at today's meeting by any attendee, including the members of the public. This restriction is in place until the state adopts formal policies governing the use of AI note-taking, transcription, or summarization at public meetings of state boards, commissions, and councils. Thank you for your cooperation. I will have a roll call.
Paulette Butterfly. Ted Whitford Senior.
Present.
Greg Dumontier.
Here.
Yolanda Oldor. Delina Custero.
Here.
Bryce Kirk. Gerald Gray.
Here.
Melissa Lone Bear. Misty Cool. Mark Blaisdell.
Here.
And Marta Virgilio. Here.
Okay, so we have the form.
You have a phone.
Okay, up next, we'll say it.
Okay, comes to the site of Lord's Prayer. If you're familiar with it, feel free to join in. Otherwise, please bear with me in my best. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, and we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to welcome everybody. This bed meeting. See here. McKinsey. What's up here? This is a Department of Commerce Division updates.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Mackenzie Esplund. I am the Business and Tea Division Administrator within the Department of Commerce. We haven't met before. We have a plethora of economic development programs in my division, including the pleasure of administrating the STED with Maryland. Thank you, Maryland. And so I just have some quick general updates about upcoming opportunities that we'll have in the fall. So economic development planning grants. This is something that is really, you're not typically going to find funding for this type of planning in other grant opportunities. You know, you'll find a lot of wastewater, sewer, bridges, things like that. With this one, we can fund feasibility studies, we can fund economic impact studies, we can fund a site plan for you. We can really do broad planning as long as it has that tie to economic development. That is going to be opening in late fall. And I want to talk about it now because it's typically open for a 6-week cycle. So if you have plans that you're thinking about funding, call me now so that you can get everything in place so that when the cycle opens, you're ready to apply. And as a reminder, those grants are up to $50,000. So it's a pretty good opportunity. It's the Opportunities in Rural Economies Planning Grant. So keep that in mind because by the time it opens, when is our next meeting, Marilyn? Remind me.
November 9th.
Okay, yeah, so by the time we have our next meeting, we would be mid-cycle. And so I just want to make sure that you all are feeling comfortable. Call me now and talk about those potential projects. The next program that has launched, so you can find it on our website, is the Automation Loan Program. So there's 2 components with that. It is a direct lend of up to $100,000, and that's for manufacturing equipment for a business. And so if you have a manufacturer in your area that might need, you know, a $100,000 piece of equipment, $50,000 piece of equipment, they can actually come and get a direct low interest to potentially 0 interest loan from us directly. And then we have a collateral support arm, that's up to $500,000, so that's gonna be your larger manufacturers. So if you are going for $1 million loan, you need $500,000 in collateral. You don't necessarily have that situated, you missing $250,000, the bank can come to us and we can help with that $250,000 piece of the collateral. So I really want to promote that out if you have a business in mind that you think will take advantage of that program. And then the last update I wanted to give is we do have agency legislation coming up. We've got the legislature starting here in February of 27. So the Department of Commerce has a plethora of bills. I will talk about the two that we have out of business and T. We have a cleanup of our micro business program. It's a lending program that's already out across the state. We're just doing some language cleanup, some red tape relief, things like that. But the big one is what we call our sunset programs. So those are our small business development centers. That is my export team, our international team. You may remember then they did that pilot program where they took the native artisans over to France last year. They're funded out of this. It has our MMEC partners, so our Montana Manufacturing Extension Centers. You might remember them, they came and presented, I think about a year ago to talk about their program offerings. They're set to end their funding in 2027. So I have agency legislation to extend that funding out till 2029. So we're presenting that to the Economic Affairs Committee on August 18th. So if you're interested in listening in to that committee hearing and the bills that are going to be presented, you can watch and listen there on the legislative website. If you need help accessing that, I can maybe get the link to Marilyn and she can get that out to the group if that's of interest to everyone.
Have these bills been drafted already?
Yeah, and so that's what we're presenting is the bill drafts.
Oh,
Yep. But yeah, so those are some just general business MT updates. Of course, my OIS team will give their specific updates to Indian Equity Fund and the NAVAs and all of the tourism work that's being done later today. But I just wanted to let you know some opportunities elsewhere.
so you'll have Maryland send those out there?
Yep. Yeah, and she'll send you also when the opportunities open for the planning grants, she'll send you, oh, you know, the grant cycle's open. It's just such we have to have it be kind of a tight application cycle that I want to make sure people are thinking about their projects now so that you feel ready to go and are aware of it. And don't feel rushed. So.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thanks.
Okay, up next, we have public comments on non-agenda items. Okay. Hearing any? So approval of May 1, 2026 written minutes there in your folder. You wanna take, look at those? Give a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Chairman?
Okay, I have a motion by O'Donnell. For a second. Second by Rockaboy. Any further discussion on the meeting minutes of May 1? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. You opposed? Okay. All right, up next is Commissioners round robin discussion. Anyone want to start? Afternoon on Montana. What do you like that?
Would you give me updates on the progress we got going on? Just on last meeting, I was trying to update, the updates on our administrative building, it's our new tribal office. Right now, they got the steel forms going up. After that, then the walls will be next. Hard to see some progress there, though. Still on schedule, nearly 4 months of the project now, but have about 12 to 14 left. So hopefully we won't run into any problems and we'll leave that building sooner than later. Our 2 lagoon projects, those are ongoing, were extended, completion dates were extended. Still currently working on those, we should be wrapping those up this fall. They did run into an underground water issue on one of them, so they had to go back to the drawing board and, do a modification to the designs. That's completed and we're working forward now. Our Eagle Man Water System project is on hold. That's an ICDG grant. Has a 1-year extension, so it's kind of on hold now because our group jumped over to the wastewater system extension project. That one has a deadline within the year, of course, so we have to jump on that one and get that one completed as soon as possible, and then we'll be moving back to the new water system. Our cultural building also on hold. We had a problem with the one of the contractors not having bonding, so we're working on through that. Hopefully we'll get that going. If not, we're gonna have to delay it. Because we need the existing facility. We don't want to demolish it right now because we have ceremonies that happen during the winter months, so can't be without a facility, so. We don't know exactly if we're going to demolish that just yet, so that one may be on hold and extended as well. The roads project, are built. Application was denied. Which was very disappointing. We did, however, get commendations on the applications, and I think the secretary's best, however, those. The competition was so great, or ours was not selected, but it was given the commendations. But it still doesn't fund the projects. But we do have walking paths that were funded, and those are currently in progress right now. Well, there's new things coming up. I know data centers are kind of like a bad word in the country, and I think state of Montana for that matter. But we are going to entertain a concept a little different from the massive data centers that everybody's talking about. But right now we're going to listen to them, and we're not committing to anything, but we're just going to explore that option. It's, essentially a smaller version of a huge data center. So, but because there's an NDA signed right now, I can't really disclose it. But we're looking into it. It's travel, I guess, for one thing. So, some of the other things we got going on. That's pretty much it for now. The major construction activities on the first reservation. Yeah, we just finished up our powwow last weekend. Success, a little hot and smoky, but look good. So yeah, look good. A lot of good comments. A lot of good feedback. So it's more good. Let's try it. Appreciate it.
For the block fee, the $10,000 stayed in monies were spent on developing an argosy market for primarily just for blackfeet. It is just for blackfeet to increase tourism. And it was placed inside this year's campground, and a large 20 by 40 tent was purchased. And we had up to 8 artists and beadwork, painting, caps, hats, with Blackfeet designs, and it was successful, and it brought a lot of excitement to the entrepreneurs, and so to where they want to continue. They did not set up at Heartbeat, which is currently going on this weekend, Heartbeat Program. But they want to start setting up in town. We developed a committee, artisan committee, and we're going to start looking at not just grants but officers, and it's all volunteer, and they have to do the same thing. So they're just really excited because their issue was that they sell their art to different businesses and then markup. Because then so businesses are making them up there and they're feeling cheated, so they're really excited to get this done. We do too have a mock path going on, that's currently being built by Montana Department of Transportation. in Heartview, and that was put on hold for a little bit because the, initial plan was to be west of the road, but they started on the east side of the road, which, that some of the construction had gotten into the, some of the residents had been on it. So they, yeah, so that got worked out, and, the construction's back on track. And welcome to that. Some of the All Chiefs Park, which is a 7-acre park in front of the tribal office in the town. The A&E Trust was filing, resolution to be handed. And so the project was on hold for 1 year, and that was our biggest area, and it's been reached on the council. And so, things are, we have been doing all the planning, in the meantime, and so we're just often. So All Chiefs Park will be developed, the splash pad is not going to happen this year. That project didn't touch the plan initially. So we're going to, take another look at it and probably review the feasibilities. And just trying to, I'm glad to hear that there's money going to be out there for feasibility studies, because the new council right now has any, economic development happening with the Black reservation. They have feasibility studies, those people, which is kind of group strategy. And so I'm really happy to hear that. And we just got news, our elected Blackwood Council out of 9, and they're off and running and implementing values, which is really good. And actually, relieving some stress. So, and it looks like the economic development department will hopefully get into his budget for staff, because we're close to the staff, which is myself. I think planning the project management, grant management, and have an assistant who does the budget between this business and so. I mean, that's all I can think of right now. There's a lot of things going on. I'm not always even the status.
Thank you. Delina? We're good.
I have to find my button. Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. For Belknap, I got about like 6 short updates. Hayes Wellness Center construction, on schedule, creating local jobs through the use of local construction firms. That's exciting for, a facility, out in the south to be able to house, health programs and some other multiple programs using 105L leasing to help support the O&M. So we're excited about that. Number 2, applied for opportunity zone application to the Montana DOC. So I'm excited about that, to be able to try to attract some investors for some of our larger projects. 3 is the Hayes John Capture Center, business incubator. That's in progress. It's at the environmental assessment cleanup stage and demo stage. 4 is our agency municipal water storage tank. We've got a preliminary engineering report in progress. This was tied to the wind storms in December of 25, coordinating with FEMA and the presidential declaration of emergency, which didn't give us any funds for a new tank. But we're still looking for preparing for construction using the PER for a new tank through potentially BOR SMART grant funding, and a combination of Indian Health Service funding. 5 is new signage for our agency Don Addy Memorial RV Park. That's been completed earlier this spring, and we thank TJ Alcatruz for OICED for sponsorship of that project. Every little bit helps, and we really appreciate that. Number 6 is agency Milk River Arbor improvements. Those were all completed successfully thanks to the Montana Department of Commerce's Tribal Tourism Grant Program. That's pretty much all I have for today. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Greg?
Here. No, nothing's happening.
Never-
Keep it
never-
all secret.
never nothing.
It's our strategy. It's been working well, so.
Go under the radar.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I just want to welcome all of you to the beautiful fire. So for those of you who are online, too bad, but we're enjoying ourselves out here. Since I last reported a few months ago, the most significant development we've had is a revision that's in process under our procurement policies, and what it boils down to is we have a significant amount of work that is going on in the reservation area as a result of the water compact funding that we've had. We're clicking through approximately $90 million a year in construction. And we're in about our fourth, almost our fifth year now of that. So we've got several years more to go. So that's caused us to respond to some of the concerns of our membership that have various sizes and capabilities in the construction arenas to say, what about us? What's going on here? And so we are revising our procurement policies to, in essence, create something that is very similar to what the federal government created through the SBA program. Consider it a tribal 8A program, where we're going to have certification of tribal businesses for qualifications in certain business classifications. Our procurement policy is going to set aside portions for them, as well as have other portions that are competitive, but still within that certification arena. And then hopefully a mentor protege arrangement with some of the larger construction outfits in the area that are going to be bidding on some of these projects. We're going to talk to them about how a mentor protege arrangement with some of our tribal entrepreneurs will greatly enhance their bid. So that will be rolling out here in the next few months. Beyond that, I'm happy to report that our corporate revenues are on a slight incline as opposed to a decline. The facility that you're in is a lot quieter now than perhaps the last time you were in it, because the casino has moved across the river just a couple miles from here for 400 horses casino. I would encourage you all to stop out there and take a peek at that.
We'll make some money.
Well, or take some home with you.
The hamburgers are.
If everybody gets bored, this afternoon or is looking for a free cookie or something, our bank, Eagle Bank, is celebrating its 20th year in operation. It's having an open house this afternoon. It's just about a 2 or 3 minute drive from here, just up short. Energy Keepers, that is managing the dam in this area, is in the process of leveraging our position as an energy producer to be in a more active participant in the energy markets, right? So it isn't just about generating electricity and selling. It is about participating in the market and leveraging our position to be able to generate revenues within that energy market. Think of it in terms of buying, selling, trading energy in that area. Our IT and aerospace company, S&K Technologies, is having another great year. The downturn, if you will, in a lot of the federal contracting has not really affected them so much. They're staying on top of things because they have a very significant diversification in the markets. There are a number of companies that are under the banner of S&K Technologies. And that creates a diversity, a very broad market. And so when there's upturns and downturns, things kind of even out for them. So they're doing quite well. Our electronics manufacturing plant, S&K Electronics, is having a decent year. They're keeping things moving forward in a positive direction. And are hopefully going to be able to capitalize on some of the increased demand for electronic manufacturing here within the United States, given the detrimental reliance, if you will, on foreign markets for some of those things. So that is a story that is yet to be told. We'll see how that turns out, but they're well poised to be able to capitalize on that market. Yeah, gaming could always use your help.
How's the meat processing facility?
Oh, thank you very much. So we just opened up a USDA certified meat processing plant here. And it is in its, I believe it's second month now of operating. So I'd like to tell you it's doing great, but I have no idea, nor do they. We'll have to wait to see how things work out. It's a part of our overall strategy to try to shift from like most reservation areas, money goes in, money goes out very fast, very little turnover, right? So what we're trying to do here, given the influx of money that has been coming in here, for a number of different, from a number of different sources, we're trying to find ways to start producing more of what it is that we consume as a simple way of getting that turnover. So we all have wild game that we are processing. We all have beef that needs to be processing, and now that we are managing the National Bison Range, we have bison that needs to be processed. So we created the plant to be able to do that, to keep those functions in-house. And whether or not it turns a profit is not so much the point as it is being able to build and invest in our own economy and start doing things that we have previously been buying, right, doing for ourselves. So a step in that direction.
We're providing a service that, you know, the processing facilities are starting to disappear very quickly. That's really cool. What's the plans for this place?
It's just going to be a resort. There's a very small escape pod of about 20 machines upstairs, and what's left of the casino. But it's going to be more of a just like what we're using today, a little bit quieter venue, something that is a little bit more appropriate, if you will, for some of the best real estate in the entire United States, being right outside of the door. Have a casino here didn't make a whole lot of sense, right? This should be a resort. And so that's what's going to be
Total remodel?
there's going to be some significant revisions, of course, where the casino was, but the overall operation is going to be, there's going to be more of a shift in terms of what is done there as opposed to a facility maker. But those things kind of go hand in hand over time. But right now, the most significant change is the removal of the casino and remodeling more of a more of a resort atmosphere here as opposed to a casino atmosphere.
Thank you. Mark, did you have anything?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, sorry I can't be there in person today. I just wanted to give one brief update. As you know, the Governor Economic Development Office is involved with Department of Administration on the BEAD broadband program. We're moving forward on trying to get those agreements finalized. I didn't mention with the group here, we do still have some outstanding tribal consent resolutions that we're waiting on that hopefully we can work through. Obviously, we recognize that the companies need to do their due diligence and work with each leadership at the respective reservations. But so far right now, just to note, these are between SpaceX, which is Starlink, and then Amazon Kuiper. Currently, we still are outstanding on the Blackfeet Reservation for about 51 locations. The Crow Reservation, which is about 500, it's my understanding that they're hoping to take that up here shortly because we are getting down to a deadline on the CSKT. They have approved for Amazon, still waiting on SpaceX approval, which is for approximately 2,000 locations, and then the Fort Peck tribe for about 180. So we're hoping to get those done. We got some guidance late from the feds on maybe some changes to the mapping that we're trying to make sure that if we're forced to take any or choose to take any locations off, that we've done our due diligence to make sure that they can be served in a different way. But at some point, and we've also asked for a extension for 60 days to continue to work on this. And these aren't the only agreements that we're still working with companies across the state. But the one concern is that once we have to label these as no BEAD, we're not sure that there will be additional money or resources moving forward to do this at a later date. We also will have, we do have some stranded funds that weren't going to be expended with the BEAD awards that we're still waiting on guidance on what NTIA is going to allow us to use those funds for, and hopefully there will be some opportunities to partner with each of you across the state. But we're still waiting to see what we'll be able to do with that money. Last but not least, some of you may be aware this will unfortunately be my last STED meeting, as I'm going to be moving over to the Department of Administration in September, but I am working with the governor's office to make sure that we get somebody appointed and tasked to join this great team. And just want to thank all of you and Chairman Gray for your leadership and the Commerce team for all their work as well.
I want to thank you too, Mark. I mean, you've both been present at majority of the meetings, and we really appreciate that.
I do. This time, but I do enjoy your update about the energy. I'm on the energy task force, and just being part of the market is very important. And I think I'm trying to understand more and more about data centers. I think there's some messaging that is negative, but I appreciate that you're exploring the data centers.
Thank you. So just a couple things with Little Shell. Our powwow's coming up the 22nd, 23rd in Great Falls. It's a big economic boom. It's getting bigger and bigger, especially for the city of Great Falls. You're all welcome. We did have a kind of a little battle with Valley View subdivision, but we did get our 15 homes, 18-acre development, Good Medicine Project, it's called, approved to be annexed so we can access city water and sewer. But we're paying for everything, and the city doesn't have to put out anything. And it's going to be about $20 million over the next 5-year project. So it brings a lot of money into Great Falls. And then we have, behavioral health, let's call it a standalone, uh, facility that we're remodeling so we can get them out of the clinic into a private space. It's a real big thing for behavioral health these days with what's going on. We're also trying to access our SSBCI money. We're with the consortium, using NADC to try to get that. It's been a struggle. To a good part of that team, guys. It's really been a struggle. Various things. It has to be deployed before October or treasurer's gonna start going on that. So that's just. Tough deal with that, but we're trying. So that's really show. That show. All right, yes.
Just a quick question, would you mind giving the commission update on the Indian relay?
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, we, definitely bring that up. So, Cascade County decided not to do flat track horse racing, this year at the fair. And then they came to us. We had, one less, spoken maybe 4 weeks to 3 weeks together. They asked us to do Indian relay. And, so we actually got it together. We had, 20 teams. It was a huge success for the fairgrounds in the city of Great Falls. So both days, Saturday, Sunday, the stands were packed. It was 100 degrees both days too, but people showed up and it was really great. It's such a short notice, so we're looking at doing more collaboration with them and extend a lot longer lead time to plan it. Even bigger and better, so it was pretty cool. Yep. And I don't think Great Falls had that such a long time with ever, so that's why it was such a big turnout and success for both Cascade County workshop. All right, moving on. Election of officers. Marilyn, take over this.
Sure, so this is the time of year, our third meeting where, the year where you guys, elect your officers for the next 12 months. So we were electing for president and for vice president, or, yeah, chair and vice chair.
So what we do this, just take any nomination.
Yep, so any nomination, and then you have to be a second if.
I'd like to offer a suggestion.
Yeah.
This is my second meeting, so I can't, I can't really evaluate or offer any, advice or anything one way or the other. But it strikes me that, things are moving in a positive direction, and I'm just curious as to whether or not anybody sees any reason for there to be a change in the leadership of the organization. I would just keep what we have and move forward.
I agree.
May I just add something to your, we have a chair, but we do not have a vice chair, because Jennifer McKinley was vice chair, so we would need to nominate a vice chair. If that's the way you guys are gonna go with the chair, so,
Yeah, we need a vice chair. Can't make it yet. Nomination for a vice chair. Great. Yeah, accept. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, and then chair.
Jared, great.
Right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Who was the second on that? Was that you?
Yes. First. Okay, I believe. Get it.
You realize outside of advice, you have no choice but to attend every meeting.
All right, tourism report.
Good morning, commissioners. I am Rochelle Brown, RACHELLEBROWN, and I am the Tribal Tourism Officer in the Office of Indian Country Economic Development at the Department of Commerce. So today I was very happy to see that we have a quorum, because I am requesting some executive actions. Once you have some discussion about some potential changes to guidelines and how grants are administered through my program, as well as activities with my budget that the state commission advises on. What would happen is all of the activities of my budget are dependent upon funding, and that is also dependent on bed tax collection. So there's a lot of projections that go into my budget. We're operating on an assumed budget from the previous year, plus or minus 5%. So that's just, we're economically dependent upon what's going on in the tourism industry. So at times I get towards the end of my fiscal year and I find that I have more budget than I had planned for. And so in those cases, then we work with leadership and go back to your priorities from previous meetings to make determinations of additional ways to utilize funding. Marilyn, thank you for getting my slides. We'll go to the first one. I just want to make sure that I'm kind of following with my PowerPoint here. So these are just some quick updates about current activities and things that the commission has approved for funding, use of funds up until this point. So I continue to work on our Indian country production. We are gathering some additional content that was really not the focus of last year's production, but really should have been. So we're doing kind of a makeup this summer. And we're very excited that we were able to hire production assistants that are coming from each tribal nation. And for these kind of backfilling of content that we need for our new guidebook and the new videos that will be hitting the market in spring of 27. So at Fort Belknap, we had 2 production assistants that were local young adults that had been involved in the steering committee for Fort Belknap. And they were fantastic and had an opportunity to not only have a 2-day paid production job, but then they also want to be in media production. And so this gave them some opportunities to learn about, behind the camera, the grip, the sound, all of those elements of media production. At Rocky Boys, we were able to have another paid assistant there. And again, really focused on the locations that the steering committees have been telling us that they want to see captured and promoted and shared. And also steering away from things that the community does not want to have highlighted and shared, so that we can have a message that is good and smart and respectful visitation and responsible management of tourism to each of our tribal nations. We have a plan for production in CSBT that will be this fall. So we are still working with the steering committee to identify who will be the production assistants on that, to determine what locations need to be captured. And one idea that we have that I think would be great to discuss with the commission was to feature, I believe, a fishing derby that takes place in September. And if that fishing derby on the lake would be one that outsiders would be encouraged to come to either participate or witness as a tourism event for shoulder season here in Folsom. So would love to get your feedback on that.
Yeah, it's actually, it is a fishing derby, but its real function is to try to restore the native fishery in the lake by taking invasive species and having a derby to have them hauled out of the lake, so that's, yeah.
Great, so we were hoping to build the productions around that event.
Yeah.
And that was a recommendation from our agency of record Windfall. They had heard about that derby. And they thought that it would be in alignment with the values of the tribe and something that we should try to capture and highlight as a shoulder season activity.
Yeah, help us clean out the lake.
Awesome, awesome, great. And you know, all of this production that's going on, I'll get to Little Show in just one moment. Is again aligning what we're hearing from our steering committees and that we're following their lead. We're following the leads in each of the communities. We're making sure that that we have a really tight alignment and that the products that go out are actually created by our tribal citizens. So for the fourth one for Little Shell, this will also be in the fall. In September, we're gonna bundle this around Governor's Conference on Tourism. There will be a walking tour that's taking place and ending at the tribal offices. We were working with, again, 2 tribal citizens from Little Shell to be our production assistants. And they not only will, you know, capture some of the content that's going on with that tour, but then also highlight a larger story for Little Shell. And then that will kind of round out the production that we have planned, and then we go into post-production. Meanwhile, I'm working on guidebook copy. And so, as I get closer to the September mock-ups of the guidebook, I will be reaching out to each of you and your tribal historic preservation officers to ensure that the pages that are highlighting your tribe in that guidebook are in alignment with what you want to share. One thing that we're experimenting with as a mock-up is each nation will have 4 to 6 pages in the guidebook as opposed to the 1 page that they've had in the previous guidebook. So there can be a much bigger story told for each nation, which will also include an itinerary for a visit, like a 3-day visit to each of the nations, rather than trying to bundle all the nations into one trip, focusing on 8 itineraries as opposed to just 3.
So is that the committee you're talking about, it's the IDA?
It is,
Okay.
yeah. Under MIDA is the Montana Indigenous Tourism Trails Project, MITTP, and all of those steering committees. I have been notified that they are going to rebrand their project. So while under the grant, it has that project name, they are going with, I believe it's First Peoples Montana is what they're going to relabel the project, or rebrand the project as. And so again, this is we're combining our efforts. While we have the state products that go out as the region, they are working on a travel itinerary app and website and even more finite detail that we don't quite have the space, the real estate in the guidebook and on our state website to cover. So we're really excited about these projects underway.
Has the participation been really good?
I'm sorry, say again.
Has the participation been good?
The participation has been great for 6 of the 8 nations. We unfortunately have not been able to get Northern Cheyenne fully engaged yet. However, we've made some progress. So I hope that by the next meeting, there will have been a committee created. Again, I'm just a partner on this, but I am recommending people that I know are invested in this tourism industry for Indian country, making those recommendations to see if they can get their steering committees energized. And then they can also consult on the work that I'm doing. And then Fort Peck as well. There was some initial engagement with Fort Peck, and then we ran into some challenges there. So we are hoping to, again, get them re-engaged in this process. But of the other 6 nations, everyone has been highly engaged and involved. And I'm very grateful, Commissioner Whitford had come and joined us in Havre. One thing that we did do at the Havre and Billings summits that we hosted, bringing folks together, was we had portraits taken of those steering committee members, because we will be having a faculty page in the guidebook that show all those that are engaged in creating this guidebook product.
And so we are actually gonna probably have some retakes of some of those portraits, because we decided to switch photographers on that and get some imagery that's a lot more in line with our own brand. Yeah, so, next page, thank you so much. And so then just again, like I said, we will be getting Northern Cheyenne and Fort Peck engaged in this process. I will be talking with them separately, maybe not through the committee, on their content in the guidebook. And then, with First Peoples Montana, then that's a separate project. And we're hoping that they'll be engaged for the final 4 years of that grant project. And then we go on to voting. So you'll see on your agenda, there's a little bit of a written summary of each of these topics. So again, these are all based upon support of Commerce leadership, as well as funding being available. But for this fiscal year of 2027, I'd like to know if the commission supports continuation of the event sponsorships. This last year, we were able to have enough budget to support with $10,000 per nation. This is to help offset the cost of your public events. And in consideration for that, the department is asking for the opportunity and option of having nonprofit outreach vendor booths at least one of the events, so that we can continue to have good outreach and engagement with the communities.
So that's a vote.
Yes.
Chairman, I can't find my raised hand, but this is Commissioner Delina Cuthbert from Fort Belknap. I do fully support the event sponsorship program. We've utilized it for a couple of years now, and we've been successfully implemented. And I think that I do support, Rachel's request to, continue that up and offer that option for the vendor. I guess I'm making a motion to support that. Thank you.
We have a motion to support that. We have a second. Yep, second. CSKT, any further discussion? I'm all for it. I think it's a great idea. It definitely helps too.
Right.
Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So moving on to the next one is our annual travel tourism grant. This is the grant for the tribal nations. Currently, our guidelines are that the maximum award is $50,000 with a 50% match requirement. That means that the total project budget is $75,000. Of course, a nation could spend over their 50% match, but it really has been kind of tight and constrictive, I believe, for the amount of effort that it takes for a nation or a planning department to apply for. And so, similar to my colleague Brian and his program and making some adjustments to that grant, I wanted to propose for your consideration and discussion, increasing the max award to the maximum amount of the budget. Now, an applicant can apply for less than the full budget, but generally our budget has been going about $150,000 a year. It's been increasing very steadily each cycle, so it's give or take. But what I'm requesting is for your consideration, if you'd like the guidelines to change to where the maximum award would be the max amount of funds available. Generally that could be up to $150,000. And that we might want to also consider lowering the match. Again, a tribe can add more than the minimum, but that threshold of a match, we could potentially adjust to align with some of the other programs, Office of Tourism grants. Their rural tourism asset grant, I believe, only requires a 10% match. So I just wanted to talk with you and get your feedback as what you think is an appropriate match level and award level. And then the last thing for piece of information that might be relevant to your decision is the last few years, I've only been receiving 1 or 2 applications from nations.
And some of them have been the same nations over and over, and I'm just wondering if part of this budget issue is one of the restrictions on that.
Yeah, I think it becomes hard to match at 50%. There's a lot of times you have to use non-discretionary funds and, you know, now budgets are tight, so.
Chairman, Gray, this is Delina. So would the reduced percentage of match apply even with the allowance of the Grant Max award to full amount at 10%, or would it be a different amount?
It's really up to you, Commissioner Cutzler, if you have a recommendation, that the match, you know, be lower for 50% and what you think is a fair, component. Currently,
Okay,
it's 50% match of the award, and then half of the match is committed cash, and the other half can be in kind. So it's really how the commission feels it makes the most sense. It's also tough as a grant manager to be doing this kind of 1/3 and figuring out how to meet the match. And so anything that you can do to make my job a little more simple, I would be very.
Chairman, I request 10%, in-kind match if possible. I mean, if no one else supports it. There are grants that still exist. I just applied for one that literally I was so aghast. It was actually in kind, and cash match does come hard to find, especially with short time frames and smaller projects. But I guess I recommend 10%. I mean, I'm just saying, throwing it out there. You guys don't have to do it, but 10% in kind match for either threshold that we go with. But that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Which would be 5% cash, 5% income.
If I understand, Chair, that I believe that Commissioner Cutzler is suggesting that it change from a 50% cash, half of the match being cash and half of the match being in kind, to making it 100% in kind. So if it's a 10% match, then the tribe just confirms that their 10% of in kind match has been met. And so you can help me determine how we document that. Again, equipment, land, there can be a number of different ways in which that in kind is met.
For the block, I think that would probably be the best approach right now, or based on my financial situation.
Let's send it.
That's it.
Any other discussion on that? I agree. I think it does make it easier. To your point, I was gonna ask you, how many applications are you using? If you're not getting very many, then that's a signal that it's becoming tough.
But I'm curious, are you getting any feedback from any of the tribes on the, either the ones that are applying or the ones that are considering, or ones just saying, what's going on here? What are you hearing from tribes?
So I would say similar to the other activities that we have going on, I would say that 6 of the 8 nations are highly engaged. And we do receive submissions from them, or we get some feedback from their planning departments on ideas that they have, and if this grant, if it might be a good match for the grant, or what kind of budgetary restrictions there are. So I cannot say that I have 100% feedback from all tribes, but 6 of the 8 I do have very, very positive feedback that when they apply for their project and they are funded, that it's been very helpful to get it over the line. However, again, the administrative part of it, where you're confirming cash, confirming match, confirming in kind, and the way that it's currently structured can be very confusing for them and for me. It can be very challenging. So this recommendation that's on the table, I think, would be simpler for the administrative side of it, which would be time savings for the state, and for the planning and those that are administering the projects. And I think that having a larger budget for a project, I think is going to expand the kind of assets that we're trying to build in the tourism industry in Indian country. It's tough to make $50,000 or $75,000 go very far nowadays.
Any other further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah. 10%.
Fantastic. I have one other question on this grant is again, if you have any interest in recommending any changes to eligible entities. Right now, the only eligible entities are tribal governments. We have had, applications from tribal entities, some nonprofit or not-for-profit organizations affiliated with tribes or even business entities. And they've not been able to apply. The tribe has to apply on their behalf. It has to run through the tribal government. Just inquiring if there would be any, if you'd like to expand the flexibility of the eligible entities in order to try to capture more applications, more projects.
Wow,
Oh, that's a little political.
yeah,
Okay, so we keep it as is.
yeah.
Great, well, then we'll move to the next one.
I would try it a year to see how it goes as is.
Okay,
And yeah, and then if it was in.
okay, if we're still kind of in the same place a year from now, maybe we'll do a revisit.
So then the best that I can do too is to, maybe present this to the tribal council. To
Great.
see what, to get their feedback.
So I guess I would just like to suggest that the difficulty, if you will, in getting some of the funding out. And getting more proposals coming in from Indian country and tourism. Probably reflects something other than the eligibility of the applicants, right?
Okay,
So I would like to suggest that there be some discussion at the state level. To look at tourism, the state interests in tourism, the tribal interests in tourism. The pros and cons, if you will, to try to create some sense of. What is appropriate as opposed to inappropriate in moving forward. Instead of the two entities kind of standing back and kind of wondering what the other might be doing and kind of walking on eggshells, if you will. So tourism is like, in my opinion, it's like any other business. You don't attract tourism, you don't build tourism. On your tiptoes, right? You take very dedicated steps forward. And so it just seems to me that that's missing in the overall relationship between the state and the tribes. So I don't know what could be done to facilitate that discussion, but my suspect is once that foundation is laid, the issues that we're experiencing with the existing grants are likely to dissipate. But that's.
I appreciate that.
That's more of a hope than anything else perhaps, but.
Yeah, I also believe that in the role that I am in, continuity and consistency and follow through are really important to establish that trust in the relationship from government to government relationships. And the work that I've done with the advice and guidance of the state commission is to set 5-year, 10-year goals. Because we know these things are longitudinal. They're not going to be immediate. And so as we build that long-term relationship, then I think we'll start to meet those deliberate steps and those goals that we're trying to achieve in a combined effort with our resources. So as we move into the next phase of this, and I appreciate your time, I am grateful to have your feedback and your discussion and deliberation on this. So the next slide here will be just going over a few more discussion and executive action requests. Let's see. I know it is. No, I think we're fine. It's possible that it may not be on here. But it is on the agenda. So, as we were talking about the Tribal Tourism Small Business Grant, This is the other grant program that's pretty new. I just had 2 cycles and I'm approaching my 3rd cycle for 2027. I wanted to discuss or have the commission discuss and provide some guidance on some changes to guidelines. So these would be, to raise the maximum award. Right now, it's currently at 10,000 per business, no match. We could raise that maximum award, to a higher number. Currently, again, with the agritourism grant that's at the Office of Tourism. In our legal review right now is a request to raise the maximum award to $25,000 no match. So that's for your, kernel of consideration there. Additionally, the frequency of awards to a business. Can a business get awarded back to back? Currently, they've been able to. So if we want to change that and have them go on a cool off period, especially if we're allowing a higher award. That's something for your consideration. Additionally, the possibility of getting awarded from my grant and Indian Equity Fund in the same cycle. They'd be awarded for different activities, of course, but do we want to continue to allow them to leverage both programs in the same cycle? And then we do have an outstanding request from some of the applicants to expand eligibility to descendancy. And if the commission recommends that change happen, what would be the appropriate documentation to confirm descendancy? I will remind the commission that about 3 years ago, we had a conversation regarding descendancy and eligibility for the Production Assistance Scholarship Program. And the commission had recommended that we cross that bridge if we don't have enough enrolled citizens applying for the program. And we never needed to revisit this conversation for that purpose. This last cycle, I had 2 very strong applicants that they were Blackfeet descendants. They were not enrolled. So I could not move them forward into the review, scoring, and award process. And they were really disappointed. That's very clearly outlined in our guidelines. You have to be an enrolled tribal citizen and your documentation has to be rock solid in order to qualify. I'm just asking if the commission wishes to discuss this any further today.
So are you getting a lot of applicants right now under this?
Under descendancy,
No, just for the tourism.
we received 32 applications this last cycle at $10,000 max award. 24 awards could have happened. We only awarded 21.
Okay. So my thoughts on this is that I'm always for increasing it. If your budget allows it, that's great.
Yeah,
I think you're gonna get more applicants now that the number is higher,
yeah,
if you do that. And I do think the descendancy thing, and then the back-to-back, I would do, every, a resting period of 1 year. Just to allow others to have that opportunity.
Mhm.
And then as far as the descendancy thing, I would probably, that's another political thing that we're gonna get.
Okay,
Yeah.
not able to change at this time.
I think it needs to be left up to each individual tribe to.
Yeah, that's where.
So if you have a Blackfeet descendant, they should need to talk to their own council and say, will you sponsor my eligibility here?
Right.
Yeah. Because for us, every grant that comes into the tribe has to go through the finance department and procurement process. And if you're a descendant and it's, a business outside of the tribe, and that grant, and you use the information for the grant based on the Blackfeet numbers, that's not enough.
Okay, so just to clarify, this is an individual tribal tourism small business grant. So it's a person operating their own business, they're a tribal citizen, they're of a Montana tribe, they're enrolled currently. And that's, and as far as I have seen, they just independently apply like applying for a loan. It's not necessarily something that they go through tribal council to get approval to apply for, or for procurement. So it's possible that there may be, again, differences with each tribe, how citizens are able to apply for these funds.
So I can only say that right now we operate under Indian preference.
Okay,
This is
I'm not-
Commissioner Cutthroat, but I don't oppose descendants, but I would have to decline supporting descendancy for this funding change at this time, but with all due respect, thank you.
well, if I understand the commission, we can move forward and not make a change on that at this time.
On descendants,
Yes.
yeah, but the rest, yeah.
So I think you'll want to vote then on, to propose a motion that, about the max award amount.
Yep.
And, if you believe there should be a match, or, if the max award is $25,000 or less, I don't believe a match is required. But if you wanted to go over that threshold, then we'd have to discuss a match, structure, and then the back-to-back or cooling off period. For that.
Just out of curiosity, where's the $25,000 threshold kick in? I mean, where does that come from?
It's by my colleagues in another division. It's basically a precedent. We look at precedents that have been set. Up until this point, the precedent was $10,000 was the most you could be awarded without requiring a match. And again, for the simplicity of not only the administration, but also the applicant, when we have a match requirement for a small grant like this, you spend a lot of time confirming the match that the applicant is showing or demonstrating. And it can be just a lot of additional work on the part of the applicant and us as administrators. But I just listening and following what's going on in our department, at Department of Commerce and other grant programs that are being administered, learning that the agritourism grant is, and the rural tourism asset grant allows up to $25,000 with no match. The event, a destination event grant is $25,000, no match. So I'm using those as my precedent to request if the commission feels that you would like to align my program with those other existing tourism programs.
But there's nothing that would prevent us from recommending 30 or 35.
And then what after?
But that's one question. The requirement for the match is more of a precedent.
It is, and you can make whatever recommendations you would like, Commissioner. It's really, once the commission makes their recommendations, then I go back and return to department leadership. And at times that means also the governor's office in order to receive approval of your recommendations to actually implement them into guidelines. So it's, while you're voting, you're voting to say, this is what this commission supports, which is the body that I answer to with these funds. And if the commission recommends something that's outside of the existing precedent, then I go and say, this is what they are recommending. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's finalized yet.
Mr. Chair, and having been a legislator previously, it would be much easier to go in front of a committee and say, we're doing this same across all programs. It would be much easier to explain it, quite frankly, to say, hey, we're consistent here and here and here. We're treating everyone fair.
Instead of popping our heads up in the flat.
So I understand your argument, but I'd just like to suggest there's a little bit of a difference between the lead model and the product. Right? So consistency, right, it has its limitations.
Thank you for your critical thinking on that. And again, I just want to try to increase as many tribal tourism businesses as we can. Because when you're promoting and building this tourism industry, just kind of going by a rule of thumb, a visitor needs a place to stay. They need places to eat or buy groceries, and they need about 3 things to do on their trip. And so what we're trying to do is expand those native owned businesses so that when folks are coming to a powwow or Indian relay or to go to a museum or to have a tour experience, they can stay local, they can spend their time and their money local, which we believe will help increase the economy.
No, I think everybody is in line with purpose, it's just the approach, how we do it.
Exactly, and that's what I'm leaning on your expertise and recommendations.
So we have a motion to increase it to 25, no match, and full off period.
I'll make that motion again.
Does KP do have a second?
Something that
Like a rocky board, any further discussion on that? No, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I think you'll get quite a few more applicants too, for moving that threshold from 10 to 25. Good stuff.
Great. Okay, so just the last thing that we have here is, before we go to break, and I conclude. There have been times in which my program funds have been utilized to, support tribal citizens in this industry or, state commissioners, tribal planners, leadership to attend a variety of different events that take place that are in this space. And so as you can see, these are some upcoming events. And I am looking for some additional guidance and recommendations from the commission on how, what, who, if any of my program funds should be utilized in this manner, especially if I find that I have funds that need to be expensed. And so these are some of the events coming up, and I'm looking to get some guidance on what the commission feels is a good use of these program funds.
Well, first of all, are you getting a lot of participation in all 5, or is it kind of hit and miss?
I would say
Does the
that
budget allow for this?
my budget does allow for some of this. It's not like I can support 10 or 20 people to go to every one of these events. And at times, like for example, the very final one, the Native Montana trade show in the pavilion. If there is not enough funding in my program, we can tap into some additional budgetary support from the OICE team. So where we can supplement across. We currently sponsor 4 businesses to attend this trade show. We're trying to encourage new members to Native American Made in Montana, people who have not ever been sponsored by us to attend before. So that one I feel is working really well. And I think whether I have the money or not, I think we're able to find the funding to continue supporting that. The pre-conference summit, this one is probably going to be the most expensive activity in terms of an attendance. This is for those steering committee members that have been engaged with the design of the guidebook, the portraits, the production we've been doing. This is where I'll be presenting to them the mock-ups of the guidebook from their feedback. And some of them may want to stay longer to attend the governor's conference on tourism. And so these are the most highly engaged individuals from the 6 to 8 nations that have been working on this project for the last 8.5 months.
Well, how do you define who and how do you select them out? They just
Well,
was nominated to go, or do you reach out to them?
yeah, so far I actually have only been able to support attendance of, it's those that are presenters. So that we're on the board as content at the conference. Those are the only folks I've supported in the past.
Well, how about for number 2, 3, 4?
I have not, other than the state commissioners for number 2, which is the American Indigenous Tourism Alliance Conference. It was offered the last couple of years for commissioners to attend that conference and have their costs covered by my program. And only one commissioner was able to attend the one in Mississippi last year. It was open to everyone. So again, it's not being really utilized. It's an offer, but it's not being utilized.
I just paid my registration for number 2. I do not know if that was available to me.
Yeah, so we haven't approved it for this year.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what we're discussing
Okay.
is for fiscal year 2025. If the commission determines that yes, state commissioners should be able to get sponsored attendance to this event that's gonna be happening in Washington, and you've already registered, then I would be able to reimburse the tribe for your registration. We can decide if it's a reimbursement reimbursement base, I think would be preferred for me, because I tried to be kind of the booking agent before, and it's tough. It's tough to make sure what days they're going to travel and all that. So if you are able to book your own stuff, and then I can reimburse the tribe for those expenses.
Does that
Chairman,
work?
this is Delina Cuthbert. I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rochelle, just to kind of recap, I mean, I think I want to tell you, I want to commend you for, researching and, looking and finding for these trainings, opportunities for commissioners and for businesses and for participants in tourism programs that the tribes get funded for. I think, that's a lot of work to do this on the side, and I really appreciate it, first of all. Second of all, I was just wondering, could you just briefly explain that but if we didn't have any excess, say we were to trim this down to say, 3, trainings, essentially putting that 3 trainings, where would that essential excess go back to? Because this is excess. This is not, something that, we've cried about, you know what I mean, demanded to have. It's just sort of, I guess what I want to say is that we don't want to have too much excess left. So if we were to trim it down, where would the excess go back to? Like sponsorship events, or would it go, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we're not getting a lot of attendance at some, then could we maybe trim it down and agree to maybe a more moderate, maybe 3 core trainings that seem to be most either attended or beneficial, maybe? Otherwise, no
Yes.
change to it at all, but I just wanted to mention that but we didn't have this pot here for the conference sponsorships, where would it normally go? Just, I mean, what I've been saying, just, that's all I was just wondering. But I'm okay with.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Cuthbert. So the funds go into a couple of different activities. It would be printing more guidebooks and increasing the distribution of guidebooks. It would go into more advertising expenses. What happens with our budgets as we start to see what we really have to work with, we sometimes don't know this until February or March. And then we only have 3 months before the end of the fiscal year. And we really are scrambling to ensure that we go through all approvals and policies and procedures to get those monies where they are going to be utilized and the most effective. So if it came down to really trimming this down, I would say for our tribal citizens, STED commissioners, planners, if we were to encourage their attendance to any of these events, I would recommend they are the ones that happen before the new year. And so they would be the governor's conference, the IANTA, and probably the agritourism conference. And maybe we would limit it to a maximum of 8, 1 per nation, or 16, 2 per nation. And that they are directly engaged in the tourism economy, and to some degree, they're an active steering committee member. And we could say that essentially, other than maybe registration, the rest of the expenses would need to be incurred by the individual first and then reimbursed afterwards, just so that we're not booking hotel rooms and airline flights and the person doesn't attend. We just can't risk having money not go really fully to their participation. Does that address your question?
Yes, that's perfect. I just wanted to kind of recap, because we've some might not have heard like why we have the pot of money. And I don't want to insinuate that we, we don't have other uses for it. It's just kind of a weird like funding cycle type deal. And you're right. We want to maximize and utilize all of the dollars to a beneficial purpose. And that's kind of why we have the trainings, the conference offerings to not just benefit commissioner members, but also, potentially some of the applicants that, like you say, participated in steering committees or small business, partners that we've helped fund successfully. So I guess I'm okay with the way things are, is what I'm trying to say. Unless, for example, if we did trim it down, like you said, I'm not sure if paying in advance and then getting reimbursed, is something necessarily that's very attractive, to travelers. It might actually deter rather than, actually embrace, them to want to go and spend their own funds, or the tribe could spend their own funds and then get reimbursed too. That's another option too. But yeah, I guess I'm fine with it. I asked my question. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for talking it through, Commissioner, and considering all the different angles, because that's what I do whenever these opportunities come up. There's a lot of different components and considerations, and I am looking for your assistance in helping to make decisions a little more streamlined.
So, what is agritourism?
Great question. Agritourism is a new burgeoning element of agriculture, where those that are in that space are trying to diversify their portfolio to increase their revenues, rather than just being dependent upon the commodities and the volatility of commodities for those that you harvest, whether it's the beef or the wheat. You could expand the operations into agricultural education as a tourism experience.
Tractor rides, 50 cents an hour?
There you go.
That qualifies. Also, converting,
Combine operating.
That's right.
yeah, converting a mill into, or, those, my friends say, the metal circular things into like an Airbnb, or an old barn into an Airbnb.
Grain
A
bin,
teepee burner?
Yes.
the grain bins. They're doing that outside of Great Cliff.
Yeah, Great Cliff has got some of those. There's also some out here. There's a number of them actually here in Flathead County. Where you've got certainly like horse rides, or one of our recent awardees was Glacier Alpacas. And they have alpacas, and they harvest, their fur and turn them into socks and hats, and they do classes about natural fibers, and children come out from school groups, and so you have a combination of an experience. It's educational and expands people's appreciation for agriculture.
It's definitely worth looking at our website that explains the agritourism. It is definitely an up and coming important, I think, part of tourism in our state.
Yeah. And, beehives and producing honey, farm to table events, weddings that happen in our agricultural communities, where they actually turn their homestead into a venue, place to be. So,
More than just fast post driving lessons, right?
you could make that an event. I could see it.
Okay.
Cause there's some folks that who are living in urban locations that have not had the opportunity to know what it's like to really get your hands dirty and to know where their food comes from. And that's what we're trying to do, is bridge those gaps between the urban and the rural.
So it's more than Tom Sawyer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're good.
Yeah, so any other thing that we feel, I think, you're just basically voting on whether or not you will allow, if my funds allow, to support people's attendance, to maybe scaling down the events in which you would like me to sponsor. And
Yeah,
Any
who
limitations?
want to go to Canada in February?
Did you go to that?
So, yeah, so last year I did, that was an incredible event. I will tell you though that there are some troubles going on. I feel very badly for the International Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada. There are some political challenges happening there and their funding has been frozen. And so we are unsure whether or not this event is actually going to take place in 27 or not, so.
Well, I support 1, 2, 3, and 5 for sure though. That made Montana's trade shows really good.
Yeah,
And it's-
Yeah, it's really good.
It's new to tribes too, where, you know, they haven't really, bought into, they don't know how to buy into.
Yeah.
I have a question on E5, then, didn't you say that that one is in a different fiscal year?
no, it's still considered our fiscal year. We run, from July 1 through June 30th. Yeah, for the next one, so we're in it now. But the nice thing about the final one is that, again, if I happen to run low on funding, then we have other mechanisms within our department. Yes, my partners and other folks.
Keep in mind. So do you need a vote on this?
It would be great if I could have a vote that you do approve the use of my funds to sponsor attendance to events, but if you want to put any kind of guidelines or parameters on that, then that helps guide my decisions.
It's good.
Chairman Gray, I support 1, 3, 4, and 1, 3, 4, and 5.
1. Oh, you want 4 in there?
1, 2, 3, and 5. I'm sorry. Basically,
Okay.
maybe I'll flip it around and say I support everything but 4.
Okay, wanted to make sure. So we have a motion to do 1, 2, 3, 5. Do we have a second? DFK 2. Yeah, any other discussion on these?
You mentioned guidelines.
Parameters, yeah.
So is that to say we would commit, this commissioners commit to attending this, since we're voting on this?
So the current parameters that I operate under are state commissioners, tribal planners or grant writers in this space specifically for tourism or tribal leadership. And those that have been highly engaged in like the steering committees that have been working the last 8 to 9 months on developing the guidebook and the videos.
Are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the steering committee or the guide.
Great. Well, if you'd like to, I can review that when we conclude the decision, whether you want to pass the vote or not. Unless you need to understand that before you can vote.
No, it's something that I could probably research, but I'm just thinking about like the Montana agritourism platform. Like who would I take with me that, in what program would benefit the most from that conference? Who would benefit from the most from my intent? And so, no, that's
Good. Good.
where it's just my own understanding or lack of knowledge of it.
I can
As
definitely
an
see,
idea.
so the SAI would be a really great one for the agritourism
Yeah.
conference for sure.
So Delia, do you wanna amend your motion to keep also the same parameters that Rochelle currently uses?
Yes, Chairman Gray, I amend my motion to read support approving training conferences 1, 2, 3, and 5, not 4, with current parameters allowing state commissioners, planners, leadership, and any steering committees to attend.
Okay, so we have a second again. Craig? Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay,
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Butterfly, if you'd like to, we can, if you want to discuss now or offline, about the steering committees. I'd be happy to discuss more with you.
Yeah, I'm just so new to this committee, and what they have done in the past, even the purpose, you know. And like even this morning, I thought that also that I didn't bring all of my information, I didn't realize that we. Report on all the tribes, tourism, I thought it was just these. Tourism that we were working with on the state.
You said it? It's in your packet.
And also, not to make excuses, but I am kind of the be-all right now. And so just getting even simple things to read this before I come, so read anything because I was working on grant reports that we're doing and even overdue. Because I'm the only person there. I'm running behind, that's what I'm saying, so. From that ignorant shows up here, you know, I just want to, give you a history of, you know, my, plate is overflow. You know, so when I ask these questions, I just haven't been introduced to that subject yet, or been aware of it.
Yeah, totally fine.
Mhm.
Yeah, totally fine.
Yeah, so, but I'm excited to, I was already thinking about how I'm going to present the Blackfeet the next time. You know, because there is a lot of things going on and changing leadership is really hopeful in supporting the planning department, so.
Like, I just wish to express my gratitude for all state commissioners and the previous and the new ones. Each time I get the opportunity to be mentored and guided by each of you and even outside of this meeting, when we have conversations about projects, trying to pair your projects with grant opportunities, even if they're outside of commerce, we get to work to try to find. Marilyn's always putting out wherever she comes across grants. So any way that we can, have our communication collaborate together, I'm extremely appreciative of.
A little bit of orientation, I think, you know, because there's never a transition from commission to commission.
And
You know, I'm a
that
mental
falls-
health therapist.
That falls on tribal elections too.
Yeah.
We're all different.
So Marilyn, I believe that my last slide is just my conclusion. I don't think there's anything else there.
Well, thank you.
Yes, that's, it's just.
I'm still trying to get
Thank you
everybody-
very much, commissioners, and I look forward to following up with you about upcoming events and if you might be interested in attendance. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, she took us over time.
Of course I
Kidding. Sake of break. 10, 15 minutes. 15. Okay.
Okay, report.
Okay, so let's go, go back to business. We have Indigenous Mental Health, Crystal Cummins. Francis there.
All right, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah, here's you.
Okay.
all right. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Crystal Cummins. I'm Crow Northern Cheyenne. I live on the Fort Peck Reservation, have lived here for about probably 10 years now. I have my Master's of Education from MSU Billings and am a licensed clinical counselor with the state of Montana. I own a telehealth counseling business called Crystal Cummins Counseling, and also work for Fort Peck Tribe's HPDP program. I have Frances there. She's my sister. I'm going to have her introduce herself here and pass out some worksheets.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair Gray. Thank you for the committee, and of course, thank you to Marilyn for all of her hard work consistently. And this is a little break from your traditional things that you cover here. And we don't mean it as something as like to be just kind of light and fluffy. What we want with this is to kind of present it as a gift to you guys. I've seen Native leadership for a long time. Ins and outs. My dad was the tribal leader. I'm kind of stepping into that role. And of course, my husband also works for the state TJ. And what we see is our leaders end up, there's no one else to blame. If anything else goes wrong, who ends up carrying that? It's our leadership. And so this is just a way for us to say, hey, how are you guys doing? We want to make sure that you're checking in on yourselves. And so we just want to take 30 minutes just as a gift to say we care about you and offer some insights of how you can take care of yourself. And I would also say some of you guys have a lot of longevity. So some of these practices and mental health things could be for you as confirmation that you're doing the right thing, or a gift to others who you might see struggling to remind them as well. So I'll pass out these as Crystal explained. Okay, back to you.
Okay. So I have a little worksheet there that we'll kind of work through. If you want, you can write down some of the answers or whatever as we go along. But like Francis said, it's just a way to kind of help maybe support you guys so that you can stay fueled. But yeah, I want to thank TJ and his team and especially Marilyn for getting everything set up. Appreciate you guys. All right. I will share my screen here. All right. All right, friends, we good to go?
All yours.
Okay. All right. So have any of you gone like camping or maybe in the backyard of your house? You're trying to roast some marshmallows with your family, but the fire just keeps like blowing out. Maybe there's too much wind. Maybe there's not enough barrier around it. Maybe the logs are a little bit too damp. Um, or maybe the wind is too strong. And then maybe add like some of that gasoline or whatever to try and get the fire going, but it just kind of like blows up and your hot dogs end up black. Um, that can be a real pain, but learning how to tend to that fire is really important in helping it sustain. And so I'm just kind of trying to relate it to how we care for ourselves so that we can continue to lead others. All right, so we're going to start with a check-in. Like there's forest fires, right, where they're powerful, they're transformative, like they can bring about real like new life, but they also cause a lot of destruction when they're not controlled, right? Like that's why we have controlled fires in forestry. We have a campfire here where it's steady, it's intentional, it's sustainable, it provides warmth, it can help us to cook our hot dogs to that perfect doneness or, just a little bit of black on it. And then we have the low flame where our fire is about ready to die, but it can be revived with some tending. And so on your worksheet here, if you'd like to, go ahead and take time to maybe check where you feel like you're at. Maybe you're like a forest fire full of energy, maybe a campfire steady, or maybe you're just kind of tired and just need a little bit of self-care. Oh, I wonder, Marilyn, is it okay if I share the worksheet in the chat?
Yes, please do it.
Okay. oh, if I can figure out how to do it. Okay, here we go. All right. The worksheet is in the chat there for those of you online. All right, so I'll give you maybe like a minute here.
And I would also just like to say at some point, every analogy breaks down, so kind of, give and take a little with the fire analogy, So just, that's one of my caveats whenever I'm speaking, is just. It's nothing perfectly matches human life. It can reflect it in some ways, but it's never perfect, so.
And then someone together with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It could be two of you.
Exactly, I agree. Gerald made a great point. You could be two of those. Maybe in one area of your life, you're feeling this, and another area you're feeling that. It's
Yeah, yeah.
a great point.
All right, I'll go ahead and move on to the next slide here. So sometimes it's a good reminder to go back and remember what lit our fire. Purpose is usually what starts the fire, but it's not what keeps it burning alone. Sometimes it's that we want to provide service to people. Maybe we've seen things that needed to change since we were little, and so we want to be that change. Sometimes culture is what really burns that fire for us, or community, or maybe leaving a legacy for our children and grandchildren. So if y'all could write down or think about what first called you into leadership or service. And then also what keeps that purpose meaningful today, right? Sometimes it changes. Sometimes we begin maybe thinking change, but other areas become more important. We're allowed to grow and we're allowed to change as we experience life. All right, I'll go ahead and move on to the next slide. What every fire needs. A healthy fire doesn't happen by accident, right? Same with leadership, like some people are natural to like self-care, they're natural to boundaries. Um, Sometimes some of us, we need to learn those things. And it's with intention that we're able to keep that fire burning. But we're going to talk about fuel and what sustains us over time. Oxygen, like creating space to breathe, and then tending small actions that keep our fire alive.
I would also like to say in this thing too, it can be both. Sometimes what fuels you can also be what fuels for me too. But kind of have those boundaries about how much. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say, I love time with my family. Like I said, that's my sister. And it's great. And also too, sometimes we just need shorter stints. Sometimes longer stints are good. Yeah. So.
Yeah, so fuel is what gives us lasting energy. Like Francis said, it is with balance, right? Like all of life is about finding that balance. Like on here, we have family. Sometimes family can be draining. Sometimes we need time alone, resting, but we don't want to spend all of our time resting. Maybe our culture, getting out, going to powwows, maybe going to ceremony, spending time with our friends, nourishing ourselves by eating healthy, and maybe sometimes with those Takis and pickles. I know when I'm feeling really stressed, Takis and pickles just does it for me. Um, Reminding ourselves of our purpose, right? Like that can continue to fuel us because we think back to like when we were younger and we're like, oh yeah, the reason why I got into this was because I felt this calling on my life and I had this purpose to maybe do this or that. And then of course, laughter, right? Like laughter is so important to Native people. I think it's kind of something that really provides a lot of resilience for us. So getting a good laugh in sometimes, man, it just brings in that oxygen so that our brain is able to function at its full capacity. Spending time out in nature, maybe going for a hike, going fishing, just getting out and basking in the sun. I know for me, I like to like float and just lay in the sun. Movement, maybe dancing, working out, and then prayer, right? Feeding, not only taking care of like ourselves physically, but also spiritually. On your worksheet here, I have a little spot to go along with this. So circling maybe a few of those that provide fuel for you. And also thinking about which one we've neglected lately. Maybe we haven't been taking time to rest, or maybe we've only been eating off of fast food and we need like some good veggies or something from the land. I'll give you some time to write that down. All right.
Think we're good?
So oxygen, boundaries and breathing room. Healthy oxygen gives the fire room to breathe. Includes things like healthy boundaries, asking for help. I know probably when you're in leadership, it's kind of hard to ask for help because you need people who you can trust. But having those few people, maybe it's like a sibling. Like for me, I have my little sister there, Frances, who I ask for help, and I feel pretty confident in her that she's going to be there for me.
Yeah, I'm just
Um,
thinking.
except for when I was texting her this morning. I'm just teasing.
Go to the restroom. Didn't answer for That's it.
But maybe you have like, there's someone in your life where you just know that you can turn to when you're needing extra support. Um, Taking time to rest and creating space to breathe. Um, Sometimes we can create too much oxygen and it becomes uncontrollable when we're always available. We're never slowing down. Maybe like every phone call, text, and email is an emergency. Um, Sometimes it's good to stop and remind ourselves, okay, this isn't a life or death situation right now. I can deal with this tomorrow. Because I know it like the adrenaline can feel good, but having that much adrenaline in our system all the time, it really wears on our health. And I know like for me, man, like if I don't get enough sleep, like man, I can just crash out and I'm just like this explosion. And so taking time and knowing when you need time to take care of yourself and have some boundaries there. So is there anywhere where you need stronger boundaries? Um, is there anything you can say no to this week or this coming week? And
They're saying no to you.
what is it?
As they were saying no to you. No, we cannot say no.
Oh, okay. That works. I am a safe person to say no to. And then think of someone who you can talk to and ask for help, right? Like maybe there's an old friend or maybe one of the other tribal leaders. Um, I'll give you time to think about someone who you can write down because I feel like that's a really important step right there. because we want someone who we can trust and ask for help when we need it because we can't carry things on our own.
And I'd like to say too, sometimes it's nice and there's someone who's like not in the stuff, like somewhere else. It's nice, but they're in their own stuff and you guys can like have the same, I'm not crazy, am I? No, I'm not. No, you're not. It's just, you know, just kind of having someone to have that camaraderie with, that understanding, because tribal leadership is super unique. Like not everyone understands the demands. And so I think it is really great whenever you can confide with someone, even from another tribe who's going through something similar, but has that distance where they're not also emotionally invested in it or families invested in it. That makes it tough. It makes it really tough.
Yep, or even a therapist.
Oh yeah, for that. Well, she's fun. Yeah. Sorry about that.
All right. Accelerants, what makes your fire burn hotter but not longer? All right. And so this is like things like sleep, purpose, family, boundaries. Like, man, boundaries are so important, especially when we're living on the reservation, because we do tend to, um, we are built around community where we care about one another deeply and we want to be there and support each other, but we also need to take care of ourselves so that we're not like getting burnt out and feeling like just again. But some of the fast food is adrenaline, guilt, caffeine over rest, overcommitting, and constant urgency. And supplements do have purpose, right? But if we're relying on them every day, we're not tending to our fire, we're consuming it. Because sometimes there are times when we just need to be like ready to go, right? Like maybe there's like a natural disaster in our community or some deaths. Like we do need to make sure that we're there and taking care of things that are important to our communities. So, what are we relying on lately? That's on your worksheet. And then what is one healthier replacement? So, like for me, um, something I've been trying to do more is like, man, I just want to get home from work and like lay down and just chill and watch a show. But I've been making myself work out and I feel a lot better. I feel a lot more energized and I'm sore, but it's like a good sore. All right, we'll move on here. So sometimes there are things out of our control, right? Like maybe there's a loss in our community, there's setbacks, maybe there's a lack of resources, we're just emotionally depleted. Maybe there's just like a lot of turnover in some of our programs. And we can't control those things, but we can have protection set to where it's not draining us constantly. Um, what type of weather are you facing right now? Um, you can mark that down on your worksheet. And then like also thinking back to what strength has helped us weather these difficult seasons before, right? Like looking back to when, oh yeah, when this happened last time, it was really helpful for me to go into prayer more. Maybe it was more helpful for me to ask others for help and delegate things rather than trying to do it all on my own. I'll give you some time to think about that and write down something that has helped you in the past. All right. So we've kind of talked about tending your fire, what fuels you, what stills your fuel, and what needs tending. Um, And, it might be multiple things, and we've talked about finding that balance. Um, so what are some things, I'll have you write them down, that give you energy in life? Maybe list like 3 things, maybe 1 or 2 that still are energy, and one small action that we can take this week to tend to our fire. Maybe that's turning off your phone, oh my gosh, for like an hour this evening. Or maybe when you're driving home this evening, blasting some music and just singing along to it at the top of your lungs. Or maybe just like in some of my therapy things, we do like just random dancing. Because it like, like when you're feeling stressed, your heart rate's already high, but your brain's like trying to figure out a reason why your heart rate is so fast. And so like just getting some of that energy out, just dancing crazy or going for a run or jumping around, it can provide some relief for us.
And I just like to share like, a lot of these things are kind of associated with what we consider play. And like, as we become professionals and we grow up and all this, and there's all this important stuff, play kind of gets pushed to the back. Like, we don't get to play anymore. Right now, me and TJ, we have a 6-year-old. It's the best thing ever. So we get to play again. And just kind of understanding mental health is we're not supposed to let go of that. And I feel like in Western culture, it's kind of, okay, put the kitty things away. But like in Native culture, you see the elders and the kids and grandkids, and why do they gel so much? Is they have like the same pace of life to just kind of go through. And so it's just a reminder too, not to forget like these things that aren't always urgent, they're still really important for us. They're still really important for like just our well-being, and they will make us better leaders in the long run. And so again, not to despise those small things. Like a 10-minute walk in the morning, amazing. Playing with your grandkids, amazing. Dancing, singing, super important. So, okay, back to you, Chris.
Okay. All right. So a fire that lasts, forest fire, it's powerful, it's transformative, it's necessary in some seasons, but it's impossible to sustain. A smoldering fire, it's a reminder that even when the flames are low, the fire isn't gone, and with the right fuel and care, can burn brightly again. And then we have a campfire, which is steady, intentional. It's a place of warmth, connection, and community. On your worksheet there, I have a little spot where it says like, I want my leadership to be remembered for one log I will intentionally add to my fire this week is this, and one boundary I will protect is this. So maybe we want to be remembered for speaking up for those who don't have a voice. Maybe a log we want to intentionally add is spending time alone in quietness this week. Maybe we want to protect some of our family time. So maybe not taking phone calls or answering messages after 9 o'clock. These are all things that we can add to continue to provide for our communities while also taking care of ourselves so that we can be there fully for our people. In leadership, it's going to call for you all to be all of these different fires at once, right? Like sometimes you do have to just come in ablazing, ready for change. Sometimes we take a step back and maybe let some other people take the lead. But part of the wisdom is knowing which fire you need to be at what time. And always reminding yourself to be intentional and come back to that campfire where it's sustainable, where we provide warmth, and where there's community. And that is all I have for you guys today. This is my contact info. If you guys want to stay connected, I do provide I add little mental health tips to some of my Facebook and Instagram pages, and also provide counseling services. Does anyone have any questions or anything?
Yes. Crystal, my name's Ted Whitford. I'm from the Chippewa Creek tribe, and almost a year ago, actually August 11th, in 1 year, I took on a new position for the tribe as the chief of staff. And that entails a lot of interaction with all of our directors and all our subcommittees and dealing with a lot of other things. But lately, the way my day goes is, I get up early, go to bed at 9, I get up at 5:30, I get ready, and I drink coffee, watch the news. And I go to work between 7 and 7:30. And I usually stay after 4:30, sometimes even later than 5. Go home and cook, and then I relax and watch TV and go to bed. I mean, it's lather, rinse, repeat, essentially, all week. And I'm thinking, how can I change this? So I just maybe show up late, go home early, because it's just the same thing every day. And this is a break for me, coming to these meetings is a break. I think maybe I should break up that day a little more and do things a little differently, just to kind of change things up. I feel like I'm just a robot doing the same thing every day. But yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's like really hard, right? Like, because people are depending on you. But like viewing yourself as setting an example for your community, right? Like hard work, yes, man, that's important. And also caring for yourself, that's important too. And like I know for like our tribal programs with for Peck tribes, they allow us I think it's 3 hours a week for like exercise, which has been awesome because I'm not sure that I would have started my like exercising journey had it not been for that. Because then I'm like on the clock, but then like even afterwards, I'm like, man, I want to go for a bike ride. Um, did I miss the question?
Oh, you're good. I was just saying, you think it would be better for me to change up my routine? And I know exercise is one thing I lack in right now, and that's one of the things I'm gonna change. One small action that I will take, not this week, but next week.
Mm-hmm. Like for you, like what you need best. And sometimes I think we just get so used to putting other people's needs before our own that we kind of ignore that little voice in our head that's like, hey, maybe you should do this, to care for yourself. But we're like, no, I need to take care of this person first. And so I think like you probably do know what you need to do, right? To like care for yourself, do you think?
Yeah.
But giving yourself permission to do that.
And I just want to segue in here too. Just like to say thanks for being brave, like first thing about addressing a problem is like realizing there is, right? And so, again, I want to take tons of time, but I would like to say, a lot of our communities, when it comes to mental health, especially our youth, they don't necessarily need this information. They have access to information. All of them got one of these, but what they really do need is someone to role model that. Like, what does it look like? What does it look like? And so, if our motivation is service, that might be helpful to view it that way. And then also, when it comes to movement as part of your routine, I love movement. Me and TJ are on polar opposites though. TJ has a regimented gym time. He goes, I'm like, I think I'm gonna go for a walk. I think I'm gonna go paddleboard. I think I'm gonna go swim. Mine's kind of more lollygagging, having fun, relaxing. But it's still movement for about 30 minutes, bike rides. So I'm heavy on the fun, not heavy on the exercise. So, you'll find what works good for you. And again, thank you for being brave and addressing that. And so I think we're probably at a time limit, so.
Well, I'd just like to say, this is great. I'm glad you offered this up because a lot of times we don't take that time to reflect on stuff like this.
Mhm.
We get caught up into the day-to-day routine that we just keep trudging along, right? But to take the time to think about things, really great, and really appreciate it. I didn't write out mine, so I'm gonna copy it.
Wonderful, good, glad to hear that.
I think, my council, this would go, even the staff, maybe goes into this too. If they get into that set, you know, well, that'll then cause a lot more issues in the long run if you don't stop to reflect.
Absolutely.
But I would appreciate it.
Right.
Good exercise.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You get it now. Let's do it. Okay, up next, MoFi, Greg, that's him on there.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, Greg,
How's it going?
good, you?
Doing great. How many people do we have in the room there?
Oh. Yes. 11, 12, 13.
Okay. Great.
And then we have some online too.
Yep. I see Delina. Met her before. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Everyone see that okay?
Yeah.
Great. Well, really appreciate you guys having me. I hope everyone's day is going well. My name is Greg Astle. I am MoFi's Chief Financial Officer. I also lead our New Markets Tax Credit Program. I'm from Kalispell, Montana. I am based in MoFi's Bozeman, Montana office currently. I went to Montana State. I left the state for a few years, but ended up moving back about 15 years ago. I've been with MoFi for the last 10 years. So today we're going to talk about accelerating economic development on Montana's tribal reservations, and specifically how this crazy program called New Markets Tax Credits can be used to help support development. So I will go through that. Please ask questions at any time, and there'll be plenty of time at the end for questions if you want to wait as well. So a quick agenda. I'll provide an overview of MoFi, what we do, small business lending and new markets tax credits, focusing mostly on new markets tax credits, the impacts we've had on reservations, what an eligible project looks like under this program, how the financing works, and then we'll look at a couple of example projects / case studies, and then open it up for questions. So MoFi is a nonprofit small business lender, and we're based in Missoula, Montana. We started kind of just in Missoula County. We've expanded statewide, and subsequently, over the past 15 years or so, have expanded into kind of the Rocky Mountain West region. We primarily serve low-income people in low-income communities through small business lending and through our New Markets Tax Credit Program. A little bit about our small business lending program. This is kind of the main thing that MoFi does. We're a small business lender at heart. We work closely with banks and credit unions through this program. We get about 95% of our referrals from bank or credit union partners who call us when they can't approve all or part of a loan that they're looking at. We exist so people that are trying to start a business or grow a business, buy a business, don't turn towards predatory debt or max out their credit cards or things like that, and can borrow more responsibility with a bit of help from MoFi. We do loans that range from $1,000 up to $1.5 million, sometimes a little bit more. And we fund what I would consider kind of normal businesses, Main Street businesses like salons and restaurants and retail, chiropractors, dentists, and then a lot of different construction trades. We have a really unique underwriting model in our small business lending that's designed to help business owners that lack collateral, might be low wealth, they don't have equity to bring to a project, things that banks really care about and focus on. That is designed to, get loans out the door despite those kind of deficiencies that banks view in a business. And then alongside our loans, we offer free technical assistance, consulting, and then provide what we call a Path to Bankability program. Our goal is to get all of our borrowers to a bank, get refinanced by a bank within 36 months. The reason being our financing is a little bit more expensive than a bank's, typically 2 or 3% higher, and so advantageous to get back to a bank. We've identified kind of 3 key areas of bankability that we help our borrowers focus on: credit score, developing historic debt service coverage in their business, usually takes a couple of years, collateral coverage, which sometimes can work, sometimes can't, and then 2 kind of more intangible things. You have to have good financials for a bank to want to finance your business, so helping groups with their accounting and financials. And then you have to have a good relationship with the bank for them to want to work with you. So helping with that as well, and identifying a bank that we think might be a good fit in the absence of an existing relationship. Picture here is this guy, Donald from D&J Meats in St. Ignatius. Good example of a small business that we've helped. He was building a meat processing facility on his property in St. Ignatius. All right, so the New Markets Tax Credit Program, we'll focus on that today. It's a federal program. It started in the early 2000s, originally designed to incentivize and help track investment into high poverty and low income urban areas. Think like inner city Detroit kind of crumbling and getting blighted following the decline of the auto industry. No one wanted to invest to kind of redevelop the area. And so this program was thought up to attract private investment, leverage it with public dollars, and make projects possible. It's since morphed into, and over the years, to target rural areas and to target kind of different types of projects. A lot of different nonprofit projects like healthcare and childcare and education, in rural areas, including Montana's reservations. The main goal of the program in attracting that investment is to create high impact jobs in the economically distressed areas or expand community services, which are primarily targeted at low income people. The program is run by the U.S. Treasury, and there's an agency under Treasury called the Community Development Financial Institutions Fund, or CDFI Fund, that runs the program. MoFi has been involved since 2008. We financed over 75 projects in that span, almost $1 billion in total projects across Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, and Utah. Most of the funding actually in Montana. And a huge win recently for the program. Since it started, it was kind of a pilot program and then subject to 1 and 5 year funding extensions that had to be approved through tax bills. Last summer, with the help of Senator Daines and Senator Crapo in Idaho, we were able to get the New Markets Tax Credit Program a permanent part of the tax code, which was a huge win. It's typically an annual funding cycle, though the timing changes a bit each year. For example, the Trump administration is currently kind of putting their stamp on the program, seeing if they can change it at all, making sure it captures their priorities, and what application should have come out in March still hasn't come out, though we're expecting it any day now here in August. MoFi, if we're successful in a funding round and about half the groups that apply are successful in any given year, we typically get about $60 to $70 million in tax credit allocation. And that roughly translates to us being able to provide a subsidy to the projects that total 60 to 70 million in project size. So we do 4 or 5 projects in any funding round, maybe 6. Talk about the key takeaway, key benefit of the program. It is very scarce, but very powerful economic tool that tribes can leverage other sources of funds to create this subsidy for projects on Native American reservations or any distressed community. The key takeaway is that it provides around a 20% of project cost subsidy, which can fill a funding gap. It can add back elements of projects that were removed or scaled back. It can even enhance a fully funded project, so it can work in a lot of different ways. We've used it to support projects that are creating jobs across the state. So job creation, and within that, we hope to support quality job creation, meaning it pays a certain wage or has standard benefits, and primarily has accessible jobs. So you'll see the types of projects that we focus on that we think we can get there. And then the other half of the projects we do are what we call community facilities, and those are projects like healthcare and childcare, higher education, elementary education, food banks, emergency shelters, things like that. We, just as a note, the last round was a double round of funding. So we got a higher than usual award amount of 85 million. That was in December of 2025. We've identified and are working on closing all of our projects in the current funding round, including one tribal project with 4 Peck tribes. I'll tell you more about that. So the cool part about the program, it is widely used for helping projects, helping development on reservations, both on tribal trust land and fee land. We do, on average, 1 project a year on a Native American reservation, probably a minimum of 1. Sometimes we do 2. Nationally, there's a number of other MoFi-like groups that use this program to help fund projects. Some like us that just do 1 a year or 1 every handful of years. And then there's a few out there that do nothing but tribally owned projects. Since 2013, when we did our first project on a Native American reservation, we've done 13 total across our 4-state region, 150,000 plus in investment. Mostly we've done what I would call community facility type projects, so tribal wellness centers. We've done childcare projects, we've done tribal administration buildings, and that's pretty much it. Marilyn asked me to talk about the success rate of the program. And I guess, for the groups that we worked with and the projects that we funded, I would call it wildly successful. However, I think it can be more widely applied. I just threw up kind of an anecdotal stat here. I think we end up helping only 1 of 4 projects that we hear about, mainly due to not lack of, ability to help from our own allocations availability, but a lot of projects just can't get the rest of the funding. So if New Markets Tax Credits requires 20 or covers 20%, the project can't get the other 80%. And oftentimes there's some challenges getting council approval to use certain funds, or there's council turnover that, things get lost in the shuffle of that and don't move forward. I wanted to talk a little bit about our general approach. I think we're a little bit different than other groups out there in that we try to act more like a consultant for the project, in addition to being this intermediary that's getting these tax credits and finding an investor and finding projects. Specifically with tribal projects, there are consultants out there that are super expensive, but we think you can avoid that and just work with MoFi. So we love to hear about projects kind of early in their development, so we can track projects. We can see if New Markets tax credits are a good fit, determine if it's eligible, and then start coordinating with tribal leadership, with finance staff, with other departmental staff, tribal legal counsel, things like that, and all the groups that would be required and to be at the table to get a project done. We can help identify financing gaps. We can help try to package funding packages along with this program and kind of just guide based on what we've seen with other tribal projects that have worked. We've leveraged lots of different sources of funds in recent years. As you probably know, a lot of tribes are using up the last of their ARPA funds, so we've been working with that. Sometimes it's actual bank debt that tribes are getting, or other grant sources. It kind of runs the gamut, but it all pretty much fits with New Markets tax credits. So key takeaway is, we like to be engaged early and stay engaged throughout the process. These projects do have, once we close the financing and create this subsidy, there's a 7-year compliance period. And so we like to think of it as, starting a relationship early. And then once we close the financing, we're going to have at least 7-year relationship after that. Here are the project types we typically do and those that we're approved to do with Treasury. So on the job creation side, we have manufacturing/industrial projects, hospitality, which is hotel and restaurant, and we do commercial office, sometimes commercial mixed use, which we view as a combination of office and retail, and consumer services, which would be something like a tire shop or auto shop, something like that. So a pretty wide range of projects could fit into that. That particular bucket of projects, like I said earlier, we think has a chance to create quality jobs and also jobs that are accessible. So there's many entry-level jobs or many jobs that don't require 4-year college degrees. And then on the community facility side, like I said earlier, we do a lot of different healthcare projects, including tribal wellness centers. We've done a number of those. Higher education projects. We did a tribal community college project in Browning. We've done a couple childcare projects, Head Start. We're currently working on, I mentioned the Fort Peck Tribes project. They are expanding both of their Head Start facilities in Poplar and in Wolf Point, and we're helping get the last of the funding needed to do that. And then we haven't done them specifically on reservations, but in other communities around Montana, we've done food banks and emergency shelter type projects. The only things that don't really work are straight residential developments, so we can't just fund a straight housing project. We can't do anything considered by the government to be a sin business, so a liquor store, a casino, anything federally illegal, so marijuana would go into that. And then there's a few other random things on the list that are no-nos, golf courses, other things like that. But in general, we're looking to create quality permanent jobs or expand community services for low-income people or residents of low-income communities. So fairly easy to fit into that box. Oh, and then a quick note, because this comes up sometimes. Just the way the program is structured and the way that MoFi operates with Treasury under the program, we typically can't do things that are more kind of art and culture based, even though there's sometimes very important projects in communities, like museums, theaters, other things like that. So just a note there.
Great, we have a quick question.
Yeah,
Could you back up to the previous slide?
for sure.
Everyone can't do, and included in that is government-owned projects.
Oh,
Could
yeah.
you define that?
That only applies to non-tribal municipal owned projects. So like the city of Great Falls can't do New Markets tax credits and, own the project publicly. It doesn't apply to tribal governments. I should have clarified that. Good catch. Tribes can definitely participate. Typically, though, we're setting up some sort of subsidiary, tribal LLC, tribal nonprofit. Sometimes we use state chartered entities, but definitely tribal governments participate in this. It's more of like, non-tribal groups. And even so, clarifying that, the city of Great Falls could do a project, but they would have to be able to set up a LLC or a nonprofit corp that wasn't primarily owned by the municipality. Does that answer your question?
It does. It's not exactly reassuring to know that tribal governments are not considered governments. I
I think for the, well, I get your point. I'm going to change that slide. They very much are, but it's not the program. I believe, is designed to incorporate tribes as a user, whereas, state and federal public facilities are not an intended user. Anything else on this one? Alrighty. We have a list of the eligibility criteria, and there's 6 keys. So this program is very location based. The projects have to be physically located in a qualified census tract that's either high poverty or low income. Could set out a link to the map after this. Most of the tribal areas in Montana qualify, I believe all of them. There's some wacky stuff down in Wyoming on the Wind River Reservation, and parts of the reservation don't qualify. There's parts of the Nez Perce Reservation that don't qualify down by Lewiston, Idaho, but I think in Montana, it matches up. This program makes the most sense for project sizes, meaning total project costs over 5 million. We can combine smaller projects, so long as they have similar timing to get over that $5 million threshold. Number 3 is the community impacts piece. So projects need to have some sort of job creation element. We're going to measure the quality of the jobs and the accessibility of the jobs, or it has to have some sort of expansion of essential community services for low-income people or residents of low-income areas. 4th, there has to have a need component. I believe this is very flexible. I listed a few things earlier, but you have a true funding gap, or you've scaled back and you can rescale, or the math just doesn't work with the return on investment, or a fully funded project. Let's say it's a manufacturing business and you're putting in 3 manufacturing lines, it's fully funded, but you can add a 4th and create more jobs, and you're enhancing your project. Something like that works as well. The biggest, yeah.
I'm just curious as to what your definition is of a need. So the project needs the money to complete the full project. How do you assess whether or not that need is present?
Well, it's a great question. The Treasury has empowered groups like MoFi as community development entities, which is a certification to be able to apply for this program, to use our own qualitative and quantitative analysis. And so we, kind of have some loose definitions of what need looks like, but every project is completely different. But like I said, for example, Fort Peck Tribes had tribally allocated funds of about 15 million for their 2 Head Start centers. They got through the project, went a little bit over budget or waited too long to start construction, and now the projects are 17.5 million. And so they have a true funding gap. They don't have any more ARPA funds to use. There's no more travel funds to be allocated. And the only thing to finish these projects that have been sitting around for a few months, not being worked on, is New Markets tax credits. So that would be one, a gap in funding. 2 would be an example, and I'll look at this one later. We did a project with the Northern Arapaho tribe. They had a child care center and they had a healthcare center. Each project we found when we met with them, they had scaled out pieces of the project. So they had both reduced their project size by about 500,000. We were able to combine them and use this program to get them each 500K to add back what they scaled out. So that would be another example. Oftentimes in kind of we haven't done a tribal, well, yes, we have. In Polson, we did a hotel that, if you know anything about Polson, it's very much a seasonal tourism economy. So the summer, a hotel has a great time. Rooms are filled, make lots of money. Shoulder seasons, not so much. Winter might be a little slow too. So getting funding for a hotel that has irregular cash flow is challenging and doesn't really make sense for an investor, even though there might be a need, albeit seasonally. And so this program can be used to get subsidy to reduce the amount of debt to make the project more feasible for the bank and for the developer. So that's kind of like a return on investment or ability to get bank financing kind of angle. So what I'm getting at is there's lots of flexibility. We have general things that we look for. We've been audited by Treasury and the way we do it. So that's pretty much the need component. But I think the key takeaway to know is that it's flexible. Anything else on that? What's your name, sir?
Same as yours, Greg.
Oh, hell yeah. What's your last name?
Dumont here.
Oh, okay. I saw you on the list. Thanks for the questions. I appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, we were talking about the biggest hurdle here, which I mentioned earlier. Most projects that we're looking at fall out of eligibility because they can't secure the other sources of funds. They might have a great project, huge impact, but they can't get the bank financing, or oftentimes tribal projects can't get tribal funding allocation, and they can't borrow the money. Whatever it is, this is where projects mostly fall out of eligibility contention. And that's why we end up only funding 1 of 4 projects that we look at on Native American reservations. And then sometimes this last one comes into play. So the program and the way the funding cycle works makes the timing of construction kind of a key piece. For example, we're going to hopefully apply here in August for the next round of funding. It will take a while for the Treasury to review and approve and award funding under the program. We're hopeful to get funding in the spring of 2027. We're going to look for projects that are starting construction or maybe just started construction in spring of 27 through the end of the year. If there's a project that is outside of that window, it wouldn't be considered eligible. We can look at projects that have started construction and are over budget, kind of like the Fort Peck Tribe's Head Start projects.
So Greg, when is the funding cycle?
When is it?
Yeah, you said there's a funding cycle in the fall and then you fund in the spring? If Treasury approves it?
Yep, so it changes a bit each year, unfortunately. We had a good, under the Biden administration, it was pretty consistent. The application was due in January and the funding would come out in August or September. And so we had a couple of years of predictability under the Trump administration. That was a similar application timing, but the awards were delayed until December of 25. So we were already 3 months behind there. And now, like I said earlier, they're putting their own stamp on the program, and now the application is delayed until August, what would normally be kind of due in March or April. So we believe, however, we have no idea, that the next round of funding will be available in the spring of 27. That's just kind of a best guess. Unfortunately, the timing is shifting each round. We're hopeful that in the future it can become a little bit more predictable. But Gerald, is that Gerald?
Yeah,
We're definitely going to call you. We know you guys have a lot going on, and we would love to learn more to see if there's a fit. I got your number semi recently from Bill Snell, who's on our advisory board.
oh, good.
Good question, but the answer is terrible, and it's very well from year to year.
Yeah, that unpredictability kind of might hurt the project if the timing goes from. You're waiting for funding for 8 to 9 months.
Oh, totally.
And then your construction costs can go out the window, and you're coming back trying to find out more funding available.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a killer. It would be nice to get some consistency. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Waiting around is tough for costs. A few other considerations that we have when we select projects. So we want to work with projects that have strong community support, which is, generally pretty easy to identify, specifically with tribal projects that often have a nice public process. So that's a nice thing to have. We also want projects that are aligned with community plans, so tribal economic development plans. Sometimes we look at broader state and county plans, but for tribal projects, we try to stick to tribal plans. And then, of course, we want to support projects that we believe are financially viable. So we're doing some financial underwriting, especially if there's any real hard debt involved in these and we're not just leveraging tribal cash. We need to have successful projects that are financially viable, or at least our 7-year compliance period of this program. This is a very high level overview of how the financing works. It is a quirky program, to say the least. But let me describe it. So, like I said, we apply for tax credit allocation annually from Treasury, and that means that Treasury gives MoFi the right to sell federal income tax credits to a tax credit purchaser, and that purchaser is almost always a bank. First Interstate Bank, Wells Fargo, US Bank, any of the Glacier affiliates are common investors. So we have tax credit allocation that we're going to sell for cash, and we're going to take that cash, combine it with the other sources of funds. So we kind of have our 80-20 split. 20% of that is the tax credit money, 80% is that other sources of funds. We're pooling that together, and then we're loaning it to a project. And so it's kind of weird because it says it's New Markets tax credits, and the projects are often confused because they think they're getting tax credits, but in reality, they're getting actual cash money. It's in the form of an equity equivalent loan that stays in place for 7 years, and after that, the loan gets forgiven and it actually becomes real equity, essentially. For for-profit projects, that means they have a tax consequence. For tribes and nonprofits, there's typically no tax consequence. So that's what's happening here. MoFi, credits to an investor paying cash for the credits, combining with other sources of project funds. I wonder if I can write on this. So kind of the two key sources of funding: tax credit cash, other sources of funds for tribal projects, most often tribal cash. we're pooling that together here at the MoFi level and the subsidiary that we've set up, and then we are loaning money to a project. Project usually means, to get too technical here on our 101, but for a tribe, it's a tribal LLC. Sometimes it's a tribally chartered nonprofit. Sometimes, unfortunately, we have to use state chartered entities. State chartered nonprofits are the most common. And then usually there's a little bit of money that we don't run through this crazy process that goes directly to the project. Oh no, how do I get rid of those? Okay. Let's take a look at some projects that we've done. The first one is one of the more recent examples. This one we would put under the health care category. It's the Mio Youth Center on the Rocky Boys Reservation there in Box Elder. It's a huge project, 28 million or so. We actually partnered with US Bank on this, and then 2 other groups that provided tax credit allocation since it was a larger project. Turned out really nice. We went to the opening. Is there anyone from Rocky Boy here?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, hey. Ted?
Yes,
Oh, hey, Ted. We've met, haven't we?
yeah, we have.
Right. So, awesome project. The goal, creating a nice, safe place for kids to go after school on the weekends, long winters, to start building healthy behaviors, supporting services, mental health, behavioral health. Along with that, we've seen this sort of project kind of popping up more in tribal communities. We think it's an awesome use of funds and will hopefully be successful in kind of behavior change to address some of the systemic issues that we've seen over the years on reservations. It was also a really good job creator. This was done by the Rocky Boy Health Center group, Joel Rosette and co. We had done a previous project with them, which was a administration building for the healthcare center to free up some space in the healthcare clinic for treating patients. Huge need on this project, so they had an original budget on this one. Greg, to your point, this is a funding gap example. They had a budget for the project. They bid it out, came in way over budget. They scaled back, still didn't have enough funds, and so New Markets was able to get them to the finish line. As you know, construction in places like Box Elder is super expensive because it's pretty remote, and so their budget came back quite a bit higher than planned, but we were able to get the last 4 or 5 million in here to get them fully funded. And they used mostly cash saved by the health center. There might have been some tribal funds in here, I forget, and then a little bit of debt that the health center borrowed. Nice project. Next is a project with the Blackfeet Community College. This one's higher education. They're in Browning, just over $6 million new building. The reason the cost is so low is we did this quite a bit before COVID, 2017. The building was about 9,000 square feet, was housing a new education and health science program there in Browning with the goal of getting 4-year college degrees at the formerly 2-year college. They really wanted people to stay in that area to get healthcare professionals and to get education professionals into jobs locally where there are huge shortages. So this was an attempt at doing that. Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Where are you getting these unemployment numbers, percentages? They seem low.
Let me show you.
But if you look at Rocky Boy, there's no way it's 4.9%. And I have a good source.
I think the decimals in the wrong place.
Yeah.
What was the number?
Rocky Boy was 4.9%. That seems low.
Agreed. Let's take a look. Here's the map link I was gonna send out. This kind of has the stats, so it's all by census tract here. And if you notice, so here's Upper Box Elder Road here, kind of where
We're not seeing anything, right?
what's that?
We're seeing the wellness center slide.
Shoot. Okay, let me reshare. Thank you. Okay. We good now?
Yeah.
Great. So this is the map. I've zoomed in here. Here's Box Elder. Here's Upper Box Elder Road, where a lot of the Chippewa Creek tribal stuff is going. So the point is there's all these random census tracts, and the data is all by census tract. And actually, so this particular one, and I'll zoom out, is some sort of massive land area that also includes all of Big Sandy, all the way. Oh my God, that thing's huge. Goes down by Fort Benton. So includes Geraldine. So the reason you're seeing an unemployment percentage that doesn't quite agree to the what it is largely in the community is the census tract is some sort of massive area. If we click on this other one here, this is 2.72 times the national average, so that is going to be a percentage that is in the 6 times upper teens or into the 20s.
Yeah.
So that's the reason. It's these weird census tract lines, and then oftentimes rural areas get grouped into massive tracts, and so that local feel and local stats don't quite manage with the the data that we have to work with. So weird. I think Fort Belknap is generally pretty
So is the selection of a census tract line instead of a reservation boundary a federal decision? Or where does that come from?
I believe so. Yeah, I don't honestly know a ton about that, but it doesn't. I think Fort Belknap is one community where the reservation boundaries form the census tract boundaries, and it's split in half. But Rocky Boy is different. I'm not sure. I have to look at this, but many of them kind of mirror each other, but some of them don't. And that's why you end up getting, I mentioned there's parts of Northern Arapaho on the Wind River Reservation that doesn't qualify because this tract is some reservation land and some not. Same with down in Eastern Idaho or Western Idaho, Nez Perce. So I think it's a federal decision, Greg. But it doesn't really make sense in a lot of cases. And there's oftentimes, so let's say, pick any small town that, seems like it's not doing that great, right? And it's grouped into some massive census tract that is pulling in different economics, and it might not be qualified, even though everyone there thinks it's, pretty blighted and there's no jobs and things aren't going very well. So it is kind of one of the bummers of the way the program is run. Let's see.
No, I guess that's okay. Well, the sheriff stepped out. Not the new market tax credit program, but the opportunity zone program does have a degree of state participation. And it is census tract based. However, there's a nomination period and the governor, and I was emailing the Maj from the department regarding the nomination process and the recommendation process. And the governor then decides which allocated census tracts may qualify for a separate program, not new market tax credit, which I understand is the purpose of this presentation by Greg, but the opportunity zone program has a degree of interface between the federal, the local, and the state selection criteria. And so we're currently under the nomination period for the Opportunity Zone program. And there's like 25 under Opportunity Zone 1.0. And that were census tracts that participated in the Opportunity Zone 1.0. And up to 58 may qualify for Opportunity Zone 2.0 statewide, but only 25 may be permitted and authorized by the federal government. But the nomination period is now, and it's the governor's office through the Department of Commerce that sets those. And they're even able to set off lists that may have a high need, that may not qualify to census tract criteria, but may have some extreme job creation benefits, etc. So you can gerrymander back, is my point.
Yeah. Great point.
Yeah, because I have, I was gonna bring that up as well as the Opportunity Zone, because for our tribe, the area where we're doing the most, I guess, economic development right now is not in that Opportunity Zone. Because it is in Shoto County, because the tribe is in 2 counties, Hill and Shoto. It encompasses, Opportunity Zone encompasses Hill County, but not Shoto County. And that area is where we need it the most.
And the old maps continue to the end of 2028, and then the new maps begin 2027. There's the 1-year overlap. But then, and again, I was emailing the Planche from the department, and this will be a every 10-year process to reset these maps and renominate these census tracts.
So who does the nominating?
The governor's office.
So how do we have input on it? Can we?
Mark,
Well. All right,
that's what I understand.
any, well, very
Yeah,
okay.
but they can be combined eventually.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's different.
And we were actually also looking at moving the county line to make that to our advantage, you know, but that's a whole different process all itself, so. Thank you for that.
Yep, that's a great point, and that program has some mechanism of local influence, whereas New Markets tax credits, unfortunately, doesn't have that, and opportunity zones no longer even help support eligibility of a project. A couple more examples. This was kind of a one hospitality project we did on a Native American reservation in Polson with some developers there. I talked about a bit about the need component for that. We did this one back in 2013, so it only cost $10 million to build a hotel back then that was 57,000 square feet. That same hotel now would be 20 million. But a nice job creator there with 42 jobs between the hotel and the attached restaurant. The really cool part about this project was the catalytic effect it had in that particular area. It was kind of one of the first investments in that development south of Polson, and since then there's been tons of different sports facilities, retail, healthcare type things added around. It's really been a kind of economic center. We have the Fort Peck Tribal Administrative Building. We did this in 2014. This project was well under construction when we got involved, and we were able to generate some funds to get it to the finish line. It's called the Phase 3 building there in Poplar. It was a nice project for them, just a need that we see across a lot of tribal governments on reservations. Is there's different tribal departments kind of all over the place. This enabled them to consolidate a lot of different things into one building to make it easier on members to access services. Also allowed them a little bit of room to create more jobs, although they're completely full now. And we're looking at similar projects in Montana with other tribes currently, probably for the next round of funding. Ted. Oops. And then just some other projects to mention. One of my favorite ones was down on the Wind River Reservation, where we were able to combine 2 different projects that were both around $4 million to get over that $5 million threshold. Help each project that was scaled back to add back the components that they had reduced out. We worked with the Coeur d'Alene tribe to do something very similar to the Mio Youth Center. Theirs is called the Core Center in Worley, but it's a essentially youth wellness center, Boys and Girls Club type program, behavioral health services, recreation components. And then we've done 2 projects on spelling error on the Navajo Nation in southern Utah. One was with Utah State University, building an education building in Monument Valley that allowed people there, or saved people there from having to drive over an hour to access higher education. Got some local certification programs that were helpful, like CDLs and welding, to get local jobs. Really cool project. And then we worked with the tribe directly and their utility authority to get a new building in a super remote area called Red Mesa, basically to allow people more access to utilities in that area that didn't previously have it. So those are some examples. And that's all I have. The key thing to note here is that if you have a project or want to discuss the program, you should just call me, email me. I'm always available. Happy to come see you. And I think we're pretty well connected with a few tribes in Montana, and we're not very well connected with others. And so we hope that we can be well connected with everybody, because we think this is a great resource that everyone should know about and have a chance to use. So please call and we'll do our best to kind of research best contacts and reach out as well.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I have maybe a couple of comments.
Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation, and I know the Chippewa Creek Tribe has been involved with me in a lot of projects already. But it wasn't an easy process when we first started. Being brand new to this is kind of intimidating. In fact, I still don't completely understand that concept and how this all flows through, but I leave that up to finance people to figure that out and work with me, because my wife's the CFO, so we're up with us, and she's not a big fan of the reporting system process. And it goes on for 7 years after the project's complete, so. And then during the construction, there's reporting then too. So I think maybe a good introduction to this for new tribes is needed, so that they can completely understand the process, because it's a daunting task, but it does help projects. And I think for Chairman Gray here, I think it's something that they should probably look into, because I know they got a lot going on and a lot coming up in the future. And I'm glad you mentioned too that, there was a project with Fort Peck, they were already in the process and helped them to the finish line. So maybe that's something that, if it doesn't work with your schedule, then maybe they can pick it up later on down the road and help them get your project to the finish line. Yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ted. And I desperately wish the program was more simple. We kind of do what we can to make it as simple as possible, but that being said, as you have firsthand knowledge from Jewel that it is not super simple, and there's administration required, and that's kind of an unfortunate part. We do our best to kind of make that as easy as possible, but it is a downfall program. We think worth it in the end to get the dollars to make projects possible, but pain in the ass for sure.
Hey, Greg.
Oh, I appreciate it, Greg.
Yeah.
It's,
Hey, Yolanda.
Hi, it's Yolanda Oldworth. I'm with the Crow Tribe, so if I got your contact information, so we might be reaching out to you for some possible projects.
That would be awesome.
All right, thank you.
I've talked to the gal that runs Plenty Doors, Charlene, a few times.
Yeah, I was just thinking of her. Yeah.
So we try to connect through her, but we'd love to meet more people and learn more. So yeah, thanks for saying that.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Greg.
Yeah, thank you guys. Is it lunchtime?
Yeah.
All right. Well, enjoy and thanks for having me.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Great.
Okay.
Crystal, are you on?
Yes, I see you. Yes, I see you. I'm Crystal.
Oh, okay.
Should I begin?
Yeah, if you don't mind, we're kind of just slowly coming back in from lunch, but
Okay.
that'd be great if we can start.
All right, Pinamaya, thank you. And my screen, you guys can see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for inviting me today to speak on behalf of my business. I am Crystal Redgrave, and I am from Fort Peck. I'm a Assiniboine, Nakona. I've been an educator for almost 30 years of my life now. Started as a kindergarten teacher, an elementary, specialized in reading and mathematics. And eventually I went into administration and I went into curriculum development. And throughout the entire process, going into education, I don't think I intended to be a teacher, but I became a teacher. When I went to education, the charge was to teach the children how to learn how to read. And I learned everything about teaching children how to read. And my students, I'm very proud of their accomplishments and what they did, because they did learn how to read. And, reading wasn't that difficult, I thought, to teach. Well, as I went through the years of being an educator, I found that many Native American children and communities, reading was not as easy as it seemed. And when I would get the assessments back from the states about the reading and the math achievement, it was usually not as well as I expected. So I started exploring years ago about why, how come the system doesn't fit us? And in 2012, I was able to create, and it was just by one morning, I got up about 5 o'clock. I always love the mornings. And I sat at my computer and I drew a circle. And inside that circle, I drew four colors. And I ended up just building this right here, this little model. Let me go, if I can move this. Oh, I'm gonna actually go up here, my PowerPoint. Can you still see? Oh, you can't see the PowerPoint. 1 second. I apologize. Okay. Make it bigger. So a couple years ago, I created this model, and this model, it was just like almost serendipitous because I drew all these components and I just started thinking about what do we as Indigenous people need to be able to know and do to remain Indigenous. And this model has guided everything that I have done in being, as a teacher, instructing, developing curriculum as a curriculum designer, and then also administering programs. So when I found that, when I incorporated the essence of who we are into my classroom, the students, whether they were Ojibwe or if they were Dene or Tonawattam or Dakota or Nakona or Crow or Cheyenne, sorry. Something got in my throat. When I incorporated these into the essence of our being into their instruction, there was already a really unique attachment, and they just wanted to learn. So I believe that we have to go back to who we are as a people and who we are as individuals in this universe and connect everything that we learn to that. And it may sound really philosophical, but it's really simple. Luther Standing Bear, he always spoke about this. He was educated in Carlisle,
one of the first students who went through there, and he ended up becoming a teacher. And when he ended up back at Standing Rock, I believe it was, he ended up saying that the Lakota ways was the way to teach the children from that period forward on. So, you know, we live in a dualistic world. We live in a world where we have to have a command of English. And then we also live in a world where we have to learn and be, you know, our indigenous self. And I promote language, I promote land-based, I promote community curriculum. I believe that, again, we have to go back to that. And as tribal leaders, people in our, you know, tribal leaders, every one of the tribes has a tribal education department. And ever since, you know, 1988, basically, but it was from that platform on, tribal education departments were supposed to have a strong say in what their children should be able to learn and be able to do. And we should be able to write our own standards, write our own assessments, write our own certification, write the classes that we teach. And I'm still waiting for tribes to do that. But in the meantime, I have created, you know, my business that really, I teach teachers how to design lesson plans, how to develop scopes and sequences. I teach administrators and school boards how to do strategic planning. I really do think that the tribal education departments, you know, the authority and power that they have within the tribe is so great. But as a people, we need to figure out what is it that we want our children to know and be able to do, which is basically the curriculum. What extent do we want to implement it? And what is our envision? What do we envision for not only 150 years or even 15,000 or 1,500 years, but more like 15,000 years? When I curriculum plan, my grandpa Mitugash Tashungasab, he told me that he held 15,000 years of stories in his brain. And I was very fortunate to hear many of those stories throughout my life. But I was like, if this one person holds that many stories in his mind, you know, what we as individuals should be able to hold those stories as well. And what stories are those? And what do we have to ensure that our children listen to and learn from? So again, you know, being an educator and thinking the whole realm of education, from being a teacher to an administrator to now a curriculum content developer, and I train teachers. My business is on training teachers, administrators, and basically anyone who wants to know about Indian education and to develop plans for their communities. Oops. Going back to like, you know, part of my vision is that our curriculum has to hold, you know, these elements that make us whole. And we have to include our songs, our types of food, how we dress, the houses that we live in, the tools that we use, the arts that we create, the rituals that we do, and the dreams that we have. All of these are our cultural blanket. And though every individual has all those, you know, all those elements that make who they are. And collectively, they make us as Indigenous people, you know, unique tribes. So all this shapes our beliefs, values, knowledge, and culture. And these are important when you develop education, when you develop curriculum. Going back to the two worlds that we exist in, you know, the Western world and the Indigenous world, when I really thought about all these differences, because as a, you know, educated person going through that education system, I remember going into what was in first grade, and I remember learning to read. And my teacher, the question was, when we had a little book, she said, "What is the beginning of the story?" And I did not understand what the beginning was. I had no idea where the front cover had a boy and a girl and a dog. And I didn't know who these kids were or where they come from. And I couldn't understand how somebody else would know. I didn't understand that the beginning of the story began on the next page, and at the end of their stories ended on the last page, because my understanding of the beginning and end, there wasn't a beginning or end.
And it was unfathomable, like I couldn't understand it, I could not comprehend it. But once I learned, I remember sitting there, and again, I was in first grade, I realized that the beginning of the story was at that beginning of that first page, and the end was at the end page. When I got to every year that I progressed in Wolf Point, we had a high density of Native children attending the public schools. And every year that we progressed, there was less and less Native people, less and less Native children. And by the time I graduated, we were the far minority. And I remember on graduation looking around and thinking, where did everybody go? And to me, that was, really, it bothered me. And so thinking about that, also when I become a teacher, when I was teaching children, thinking the outcome of what their trajectory was going to be, because these were the same skills and knowledge and stories that were being taught to my generation that I was actually teaching to the next generation. And to me, that was not, I could not do that as a teacher. So I ended up going to wherever I taught. My husband worked for Indian Health Service, and I was fortunate to go to all the different nations, the Sonoran Desert, down in the Dene country, the canyons, the forests, the woodlands with the Anishinaabe, here on the plains, and most recently in the Arctic. And all the people that I work with, our understandings of how the universe works and our place in this universe is so vastly different than what we learn in school. And so, exploring what is Indigenous and how do we think, and what is expected of us in the Western society, we have to consolidate that, and we have to figure out what is important to us, because all these little images on these sides here, these are what's important in Western science, Western mathematics, to measure, to read, to money, a currency, to own it, to a time, to get a diploma, again, measuring and calculating. These are all concepts that are and remain very Western. But if you think of the Indigenous perspective, I was like, we never had to measure to the millimeter or to, the centimeter, or multiply to the nth value. We never had to do that. We have our own unique knowledge system that is equally as important as the Western system. And so that's, again, what I explore with, the communities that I work with. What knowledge do you want your children to know and be able to do? In my reflections, creating this, my business, I had to think about, am I going to bring anything new to education? I do believe I am, because, people can go to outside sources, to specialists, to researchers, and they can say, help us. But, those people would probably well-intended, their mind is not shaped like ours, and the blood that runs through their veins is not like ours. And so I think, having my experiences growing up on the reservation, serving Native communities, and being an educator, this has helped me understand, how to help the communities better. So I ask myself, what makes us whole as a people, and even what makes us whole as an individual. And I think of this Western paradigm as in a triangular shape, and there's a hierarchy in our Western culture, and there's always the top and there's always the bottom, and everything filters basically from the top down. And that's just how our system is created. If we have our Indigenous system, which I view as a very circular, and, again, everything that is alive moves in a circle. We know that as Indigenous thought. But if we were to take this Western paradigm and put it into the circle, you will see that the Indigenous paradigm, it far extends beyond the Western paradigm. What I find that makes us whole is that we need our language, our culture, and we need our community, our relatives, part of the curriculum. And these are what are going to make us whole. Everything that is in the Western knowledge system, I have studied, all these domains, all these different content areas. And I'm like, you know what, there's something more that we know about science than what a formula can teach us. And that's where I was like, our knowledge far extends any scientific formula. there's much more further understandings that we need to have. We just don't need to know a formula. So I ask, the schools, again, what do they want their children to know? And I have come to my understandings, and this is not just mine alone. In every community, I have gone to the people, and I posed them these are some questions, and these are just like resounding answers that I always get. And people say, we are related, or we have to know how we're related. We have to know who we are related to. We have to know where we come from. We have to know why we exist, and we have to know who we are. And these elements here, most in Western education, we don't learn, and they're not fundamental understandings. But I think, again, if we teach, who our relatives are, then we're going to have a sense of responsibility. If we teach where we come from, then we're going to have a sense of belonging. If we teach why we exist, our stories of the universe, then we're going to have a purpose. And then if we teach who we are, we're going to have an identity that can carry us throughout all our lives. And these, to me, are very important in our children's education. So with the Red Beard of Education, I provide culture, land, and community-based professional development services for educators and stakeholders that serves Indigenous children and communities. As you can develop curriculum, you can develop individual lesson plans, you can develop a whole scope and sequence, you can develop a strategic plan. I'm in the midst of developing a language school for my community at Wool Point, and I've got to do strategic planning with a nonprofit that I helped create with my grandpa. So we are exploring these same kind of questions as a community, and with the hope that we can revitalize our language through the children. So I believe, part of my business is that we need to reset the aim of education. We can't just accept the skills and knowledge that is set to us by external organizations and governments, I guess. A long time ago, it was kill the Indian, save the man. But, that's not true. That's not true anymore. And we know that because in 1991, it was a Native Americans Language Act that basically encouraged educators to use their language to teach children. One of the problems that we have is that we don't have a language curriculum. And language curriculum, we have to be very intentful how we design this. And we have to make sure that it is articulated thoroughly so that if somebody disappears, the language curriculum will continue on. So I develop curriculum, and there's different models of language development for curriculum. This one here is a bridge. This one here is based on these pictures here. So there's a picture image like of this car, the hand talk, Indian hand talk of one, and this girl is flipping something over. She's turning it over. So if I did not want to use any language or English text, I would just use images and Indian hand talk to teach the language. Or if they're reading, then we can incorporate the English, for car to be one, to turn over. And actually, if you were to say this, and I teach this in different, children's language courses that I develop, but this is Iechi Gayena Waji Bop or Gop. Well, we have Gopdaya or Bopdaya. So this one is Bopdaya. So Bopdaya. So Iechi Gayena Waji Bopdaya. That is the car flipped over, basically. And so with this, with my language curriculum that I do, whether it be now this is specific language, I design with intent. I design with going back to that overall vision of of everything I do goes back to this model. I tell schools and different organizations about this model. We talk about it, we relate it to who they are, and then we together develop their curriculum. Right now I'm working on the Inubat curriculum up in the Arctic Circle, writing a science-based and land-based curriculum, and we just completed 40 lessons that have to do with the survival skills, and it's going to replace the physical science and the
earth science. Well, not entirely, but it'll be, they're going to teach these lessons in lieu of the ones in the textbooks, and we're going to see how the students are going to respond. I have a good feeling that they're going to respond because the lessons have been developed around their identity and their survival. And because of their survival, their history. So one more last piece, let me see. I always think of Wilma Mankiller, and Wilma Mankiller, she passed in 2010, I believe. But she says, whoever controls the education of our children controls our future. And she said this, in about 1990s, around there. But before that, even a Wasitu man named John Dewey basically said the same thing in the 1900s. And he said that the schools were basically a microcosm of greater society. And if you look at our societies, our communities that we live in, if we can look, objectively at our communities and ask ourselves, are we satisfied with our communities? And if we are not, then we have to go directly to our education of our children. We as tribal nations and as independent entities, like myself as a small business, we have every right to define our educational success. We have every right to develop our own curriculum, our own assessments, our own evaluations, and our own certifications for our students. And so, I provide these services, and I just want to help and do as much as I can for all Indigenous communities, because I think, we are important in this world, and we have every brain power to do it for ourselves. We don't need some external entity giving us a plan and saying, try this, because we have, you'll be surprised how many people in your community have so much knowledge. And they may not possess a degree from the university, but I have known so many people far more smarter than I'll ever be who had no degree, but they were brilliant, brilliant people who helped me out along the way. So, again, I'm Crystal, and I work to help education to reset the aim of Indian education.
Yeah, thanks, Crystal. Any questions, comments?
Hi, Crystal, it's Marilyn. Can you tell the commissioners and commission in the public how the Indian Equity Fund assisted you in your business?
Yes. So I was just, brand new, and I had a very old computer, and all my work was just on a little laptop, my Mac that I've had. And I was, I do all these drawings. So all these drawings that I showed you earlier, these drawings, I ended up having like over 6,000 drawings. I can't find right here, 6,000 drawings of tools with my mouse. And I was just working on my computer, and I was like, it was getting old. I ended up finding out about the Indian Equity Grant, and I did put in for it, and I was able to get myself a beautiful, and I'm working on it right now. I love my computer. It's a wide screen. I have great visuals. I can download a software. It has enough memories and for me to do all my work. I do a lot of audio, a lot of images, a lot of videos. I just do. I mean, it has tons of information. So, but yes, the Indian Equity has helped me out so much, and I'm just so grateful.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so up next we have Steve Bouvet, Trading Post. Let me have you up here. Does it need to be on? Okay. Like that, did you review my PowerPoint?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry about that.
It's a lot better with some pictures, so you can understand, and do a lunch conversation about Highway 35. Well, there, but yeah, my name is Steve DeFuya. I was born and raised here. My family's grew up in Folsom area, Turtle Lake, Bimini Plain. I'm married to my wife for 36 years. We have 3 daughters. Went pretty well there, living down here, and then, I work, at the St. Louis Community College, been there 30 years. I do hold a doctorate in management and information systems and technology, and my primary focus now at the college is international research experiences with undergraduate students. Just received the award from the National Science Foundation last week, finally, after a year and a half. Yeah, so we're gonna develop, more research for our tribal students in Peru, New Zealand, Panama, and probably back Costa Rica, but that's where I kind of started with there. We meet up with the indigenous in those countries and our indigenous students, and they have a lot in common, so it's just amazing how it's involved. But anyway, so this project, Blue Bay Trading Post, it's located on the east shore there, halfway between Polson and Big Fork, and primarily we sell fireworks and cherries, is what we do for this. When we first started, when I received some funds to fix the place up, I was working on I had an annual lease thing going with tribal lands here. And I've been pushing for a longer term, like a 25-year lease, so I can actually put some money into it at best. So we finally got that about a year and a half ago. But with the original funds, what I did was redid the parking lot, did a bunch of clearing out. The place was just neglected big time by the previous people that were leasing it just for the fireworks. And then, so next slide. So we used those funds, and then started building a business plan with my cousin Melanie Smith, and she's an artist. She paints, and then she goes and does height and all that good stuff. So, and then we were gonna collaborate on a kind of native arts and beading, and then some convenience store items, and then intermix that with some cherry sales and other fruits and stuff. That kind of worked out, but partnerships sometimes just don't work out. People are different, and we just couldn't see eye to eye on a few things. So she started her own little store, and what I'm looking to do now is to see how to fix up the current building. My uncle Donnie McQueen, some of you may remember him as a tribal judge and some council too. He started back in the 70s. Smoke shops were a big thing. The reservation cigarettes. So he started this he erected this little metal building up there at the Blue Bay site, doing the discount cigarettes for years and years. And then that became not a thing anymore. So we sold it off, or the tribe bought it back, or whatever, and leased it out just to fireworks. Next slide, please. And now this is what it looks like. Tried to fix up as much as we can, but basically the metal siding is full of holes. The only thing that's holding up is the solid posts that are kind of keeping it together, but the roof leaks. The windows are rotting away, so we seriously need to do some updating, and that's kind of what I'm gonna be looking to do is submit another proposal for getting that refund and basically gotten reduced stuff. That's where we need to start. A couple years ago, we submitted my cousin and I submitted some funding to do kind of expand it into a RV park. We were gonna do a bathroom and get our own well, but it turns out we can't drill a well because the water table is not good. So currently, we have been and always have been getting our water from the Blue Bay campground, or the water line, the highway. And we do have a little septic system, but it hasn't been used in years. Next slide, please. And so the inside, it's barely insulated. Like I said, it leaks, but yeah, now it's really good for fireworks. I mean, it doesn't leak, but we have buckets around just in case. Then the next slide. And then Mel, she put her own little tiny house and made a little store, and then she bakes things, and then that's where we currently sell our cherries out of. But hopefully we can combine into one building again, because it's a little confusing for customers when they see two buildings and they're like, which one do I go for where? And then she wanted to do like an Airbnb. So there's a little house back here, and she was trying to make this a bathroom, but life happens, and it's just not working out. So, next slide. But we did clear this off here, to get a nice view of the lake. We'd like to do some more clearing, because we can go off to the south there and make it a nice place for people to eat their cherries or have their lunch. We talked about a food truck eventually maybe, but you know, it's a work in progress. And then next slide. I do have there's a container down back there that we're gonna be storing our, I'd like to move it by the current building and then use it for storage. And then, so we can make it kind of a store again, and people could come in there and shop and not have to worry about bugs or the dripping on them or anything. And next slide. And that's it. So like I said, it's a prime location because it's like between Big Fork and Folsom, but the entrance is not the best. It was just kind of cut in there. I did talk with the state highway about 3 or 4 years ago and how to improve it. They're telling me you gotta move it up north and take down this hill and get better line of sight. It's like, well, I have to do this? Okay. So that's where we're kind of at. So we're kind of stuck with the entrance right now in the water situation. But we appreciated the funding that we got. We did purchase some beverage coolers, and like I said, we cleared out, so we paid some private contractors to clear out and bring in gravel and improve the entrance. But yeah, I think yeah, I'm kind of trying to move towards retirement, so I kind of need something to do. So I'm thinking I think I'll try to submit another proposal and see if we can get the field in place to kind of start over and see how we can develop this and something more viable and create some more employment. We do hire people and, you know, to sell this and or stock their fireworks for inside every business, and I'm kind of getting old and run down, so we need help. And any questions?
How big is the current building?
It's 24 by 32. Yeah, it's got a nice concrete floor. It did have a bathroom in it, but it was abused and the pipes froze and broke. So when we're gonna hopefully put a bathroom someplace else. Not inside the building.
And that's on tribal land there?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do have a 25 degrees option. It does allow for development as far as throwing money in. Hopefully we can get it out.
Any questions?
You won't be having cigarettes and lighters next door.
No. Nor cannabis, they won't allow us to have cannabis.
Yeah. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks for inviting me.
All right, now move into reports. TJ.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm TJ Altcruz. I'm the program manager for the Office of Indian Country Economic Development with the Department of Commerce. Just have a few slides for you, updating you on TBDG, our Tribal Business Development Grant. And then updating you also to in regards to what we formerly used to refer to as House Bill 19. It's now in statute MCA 90-1-105, I believe. So just a few updates for that. Starting off with the FY 27 Tribal Business Development Grant. Is there anyone in the room who doesn't know what that grant is, the Tribal Business Development Grant? I know we have some new commissioners, but essentially it's a $240,000 grant that is to advance shovel-ready projects where the planning's pretty much done. You know, the tribe would just be looking for funding to advance the project. Could be a construction or in the past, we have funded like a buffalo program, meat processing facilities. So some sort of tribal business that we can help fund. And so, basically a few updates with that. We are in the beginning, process, getting preparations ready. We're expecting for the application cycle, to start officially November 17th. However, last year in FY 26, we started this, letter of intent window. It's a 45-day window starting October 4th, which essentially will allow tribes who have never applied for this grant, or if they're non-recent applicants. It gives the department as well as the tribe a chance to put together a plan for applying and a project that they want to propose funding for. And so we're implementing that again for FY 27. So again, that letter of intent window will start October 4th. It'll lead directly into the open application window on November 17th. And that'll be another 45-day window that leads us to December 31st, 11:59 p.m. So, yeah, so we'll have that open to the very last minute of 2026 for tribes to apply to. It'll be followed by a review cycle, which could take up to 60 days. In the past, it has not taken that long, but we're just putting that in there to give us enough time to, look at all the applications thoroughly. And then lastly, the award notification will be the final step, and then contracting will begin. And for FY 27, one change that we did implement was that grant funds are to be paid on a reimbursement basis only. And so there won't be any advanced payments. In the past, we used to do a 20% initial advance payment upfront. But just to make it easier for the department as well as the tribe, we're gonna just stick to a reimbursement basis only. I know sometimes plans change and, maybe a project that the tribe originally intended funding for, they might go a different direction. So we just felt like this might, help in the long run, so. Next slide. Okay, and then just a quick update. So statute MCA 90-1-105. So essentially this statute calls for the department in conjunction with STED to basically show the economic contributions of the tribes to the state. And so in the beginning, I know we were really trying to hit a home run and have ideals of creating like an online dashboard that would showcase all of this. I know the funding that came along with this statute, I know it's not really enough for what we originally planned. Right now, where we're at with this is, I think we're still seeking further guidance from the State Tribal Relations Committee on how best to proceed. But one thing that we have done in the meantime is to basically on our webpage, and I'm actually starting on the second bullet point first. On our current OICE webpage, we have a section titled Tribal Economic Data Resources. And basically it has a couple links on that page that will take you to the CICD, the Center for Indian Country Development with the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. They have some really great resources on their website that really show some really good metrics for Indian country. And so we've linked those to our page. And then also the Survey of Native Nations project is something else that they do, which is a really, really cool project. Basically kind of a high level overview of what it is. It's essentially just the CICD, they put together a survey portfolio that they give to the tribe, basically for the tribe to use it however they wish. The deadline to apply for that program, I believe they extended it. So it was, I think, it might have been this month when it originally was the deadline to apply, but it's been extended to October 16th. So that's something that, would encourage tribes to take a look at and discuss if that's something they want to do. And this is just a screenshot of what our webpage looks like. On the far left, you'll see like all of the different tabs. The very bottom one is a common one we click to, the Indian Country Financial Assistance. That basically outlays all of our grant fundings within our program. But the Tribal Economic Data Resources tab again, it has those two links there that you see that point to CICD's resources, so. And yeah, that was brief, that's all I have, any questions with tribal business development grant or anything like that?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right, Brian. Last but not least. Usually, we know.
Alrighty. Well, for you that don't know me, my name is Brian Singer. I'm the Native Entrepreneur Development Specialist for Indian Country Economic Development. And they're at Department of Commerce. So I'm the program manager for the Indian Equity Fund and Native American Business Advisors. Just kind of give a brief update. We're in the middle of the application. It's currently open July 1st for the Indian Equity Fund and it closes September 30th. We made a pretty big adjustment this year, increased the award limit from 14,000 to 40,000, which is like gained a lot of attention. A lot of ears are perking up from businesses across the state. So we got a lot of really serious competitors this time around, and it's looking good. I had a couple of different seminars last week. I was in Poplar, and yeah, it was a packed house. Our Nava over there at Fort Peck, she's been hosting Indian Equity Fund seminars all month all the month of July, and yeah, it's she's filling up every seminar, and so it's pretty good to see all the businesses coming out and showing their interest. And then also in Crow, we got a new business development officer for Plano who was our NADA in Crow. So her name is Michelle Jefferson, and she's getting a lot of interest as well. And so I've been helping her out and meeting with businesses and getting them signed up and getting their business plans going, and it's going pretty good. I've scheduled with up in Browning with I want to say NACDC. We're putting on a training later on this month, and then from there Rocky Boy and Fort Belknap, all at the end of August, and then through September I might be coming back up here with James Bible, and we're going to be hosting some trainings here on the reservation for the flathead businesses. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. I think that's about it for upcoming, just a busy season overall. Still closing out a lot of the previous grants. They're doing really well too. They're working through making their purchases, and so that's been going pretty good. That's about it, I think, as far as the Indian Equity Fund this year. And the NAVAs have been good. The NAVA application is currently open. We extended it. We're closing it next Friday. And this one, we're adding a 3-year term. I mentioned it in the previous meeting. So they won't have to apply again for 3 years, but we're also improving the reporting process, and so that's going pretty good. Just keeping up with the monthly check-ins and just catching up with all the NAVAs, and they've been really working hard to get the Indian Equity Fund out and do all the trainings for the businesses. And so earlier this year, I don't know, I went back and looked at a lot of the STED meetings, and I know a lot of you were wanting to see some metrics as to what the impact was that for the grant for the Indian Equity Fund. What's the impact? And I was also interested too. I want to know how much has gone out since it's been open. And so I just went back into our records and reviewed all of the contracts for the last 15 years and then put together a spreadsheet, so that way I have all the businesses that we funded in the last 15 years, the location, what towns, where these businesses from, what reservations, where they enrolled. And so yeah, it was pretty good. I was able to put together some charts and put a little bit of, well, some charts for each tribe to see how much money has gone into each community. And also figure out what type of industry a lot of these businesses are in. So I guess we go to the first slide here. So over the last 15 years, we funded 350 businesses, 371 awards made, and a total of $4.1 million across those 371 awards. Well, all 8 nations have been awarded across the state, and so I mean, overall, I thought that was pretty good. I didn't have the first 5 years of data. I think the grant started in 2007, and so I couldn't find the information for those first 5 years. But from 2011 to 2016, each year was on average about 120,000. The state was pouring into the Indian Equity Fund. So I'm assuming the first 5 years was probably similar, and then in 2016, it jumped up to 320,000, and it still is a $320,000 pool altogether. Next slide, please. I was able to look at the towns, like I said, and I was trying to determine which ones were on reservation, which businesses were on reservation, which businesses were off reservation. And so we had a total of, not including the Little Shell at first, on the reservations, 2.5 million, and then 1.1 million off the reservation. And we do fund the businesses. We try to keep within 50 miles of a reservation. So we have a lot of businesses in Havre, Great Falls, and Billings, so and Hardin, and a lot of the border towns. And then the total amount for Little Shell was 487,000, and majority of those were off reservation, but it's just not having a reservation. The Little Shell members were sort of spread out across the state. So
Yeah, and some of those are on reservation, so like Little Shell members with red and the
Yeah.
Blackfeet.
yeah, we had a business in Blackfeet that was Little Shell. We had a business even in Crow that was Little Shell, and we had one here, Bolson. So it kind of shows a little bit of the impact of the businesses on reservation versus off reservation, and overall Montana.
Is that the 15-year cycle?
Yeah, in the last 15 years, yeah. And so it shows a really big impact, I guess, like whether it's on reservation, off reservation, the Indian Equity Fund really benefits the Montana economy. Next slide, please. And then try to determine which industries each business is in, and the top one was definitely the trades, construction trades, and I included some of the mechanic shops and stuff in there. So that one was definitely the top industry that's being funded right now, 840,000. And then followed by food and beverage businesses, 574,000, agriculture and ranching, 368, retail, e-commerce, tourism experiences.
Do you see that changing now a little bit?
Not really. This is a pretty accurate view of how it's been the 2 years that I've been doing it. Seen a good mix of these businesses, but looking at this is something for me to aim towards as well. And each tribe is different. You see agriculture and ranching businesses on each reservation, and so I'm really reaching out this year to try to push for more of that. It's such a big industry on every reservation, so. But I mean, we got a lot of food trucks, we got restaurants, and then the tourism experiences as well. That one could actually be higher because I separated the tourism experiences from the lodging. So that one actually the overall tourism would actually be higher than that one. But yeah, the construction, a lot of contractors, they're needing, their equipment, or they're needing trailers, there's a lot of them out there, and they do a lot of good work across the state. Next slide, please.
Are there any categories in the construction and trades that kind of jump out in terms of being larger ones?
You know, it was a little, they kind of look the same. You know, they're just, you know, roofers, guys are doing siding, guys are doing, framing and, got just a well-rounded group. I don't know, I couldn't really pinpoint to one exactly, but like just overall across the state and just show a lot of talent in whatever area they're in. And so you kind of see that back home where I'm from too. Pro, we just have a lot of guys that are just able to help wherever they can and pick up contracts wherever they can. So,
I have a question.
oh yeah.
So the business is created, do you follow up on the sustainability of them?
Yeah, I started going back into trying to find which ones were registered. And so for the last 5 years, 92% of them were still active, which I thought was really good. You know, there were a few that were inactive, which I mean, it makes sense, you know, but I thought that was really interesting. Like a lot of them were still active according to being registered with the Secretary of State. What I am planning on working on, I've worked with TJ, putting together a survey, getting all of their emails and contact information, and just checking in with them, seeing if they're still in business, how many jobs are they producing each year, full-time, part-time, and you know, just a few questions for them, and just to kind of see if they're still operating, you know. So I'm thinking I'll have more once I get those surveys out and kind of start making some calls, and then I'll have a better
Do you
impact.
also track the revenue, return on investment?
Yeah, that's something I included in the survey, and that's kind of tough to find out, I guess, for some of them. I don't know if they feel comfortable letting that information go or not, but I included that in that survey is to kind of give a ballpark of how much revenue they're generating each year. So
And we make it just like a general, where everybody went together. they
Yeah.
all name.
I have no way of knowing it from my side. I'm looking at the contracts that we've produced, but that's something I definitely want to find out, and I want to track that more as they become awarded. I want to, you know, ask them these questions right when they get their grant. So breaking it up by tribe, Blackfeet was really high. I think when I looked at the earlier years, some of the tribes weren't able to get any awards out right away, and I think a lot of that was just getting the word out. It was a new grant, so getting qualified businesses to apply was a little bit of an issue, and I think we solved that with the Native American Business Advisors Grant. Because now we have one on each reservation, and they do the work, right? They're on the reservation, they're working with businesses, they're helping them with the technical assistance for the grants. And so, you know, Blackfeet, I think, and Crow, well, Northern Cheyenne too, they're in the beginning, it looked like they were doing pretty good. So yeah, 645,000 total Blackfeet and all the way down to Chippewa Creek. So
what's the difference between awards and businesses?
Some of the businesses applied, they've gotten multiple awards. We allow a 2-year period where they can apply. But we've had, let's see, about 20 businesses or so, 21 businesses that have applied and received the grant multiple times. So 371 awards, but 350 businesses. And this one, 352 was just a little, there was 2 of them that when they applied, they were registered with one tribe, and then they must have disenrolled and re-enrolled in another tribe, you know? So I mean, I kind of expected that, but there was only 2 of them I could find that did that, so. So technically, there's actually just 350 businesses, 371 awards. So,
I was just interested in the sustainability because you have 59 businesses for Blackfeet
Yeah.
And I had just received a report from the revenue department.
Mhm.
That we don't have this nearest 59.
Yeah,
Businesses registered with the Blackfoot Tribe.
yeah, they're, I mean, they're wherever they're at, they don't have to be located on the reservation, so some of those Blackfeet businesses could be, anywhere they want as long as they're within the state of Montana, I can track them. So, not all of those businesses are on reservation. So, but we could get to that, in the coming slides, I kind of give a little breakdown of each tribe. So, next slide, please. Yes, oh yeah, here we go. So this was the top 5 communities. They're actually more, but I just felt like it would be a better picture to look at the top 5, top 3 industry and top 5 communities. So we had tourism, lodging being the #1 industry for the Blackfoot businesses, and it's all about food and beverage, and then you have tourism experiences. So Browning, I believe, is the highest out of all of the towns in Montana. Browning received the most in the equity fund awards. And then followed by that, East Glacier, Heartbeat, I think. But there are several of them like spread across the state.
So this is a 15-year period.
Yeah, 15-year period. Yeah, so a lot of these businesses might not even be operating. And so that's something I'm wanting to find out through surveys and whatever contact information I have, I'll try to reach out, So, next slide, please.
Yeah, this is a community.
Town, yeah, towns.
But that also leads to, what is the sustainability of the numbers in the last 15 years, are they still in business?
Yeah. Well, it's something I intend on finding out, to see.
Yeah, and it just doesn't match up with the numbers that we see.
Yeah, you might be thinking like on reservation businesses. So yeah, and plus, yeah, it's
But it's
different.
interesting, I appreciate your work on.
Yeah, Crow was the second highest, and their top industry was agriculture and ranching. Followed by tourism and food and beverage. And then all the towns on the Crow reservation, all Hardin, the Golden town, so like that made a lot of sense. Next slide, please. Northern Cheyenne, I think Lame actually, I think Lame was the top one, and then Browning. And then, yeah, they had a lot of construction, agriculture, food and beverage. Next slide, please. Fort Peck. They got them Wolf Point, Poplar, Brockton, Culbertson, Billings. A lot of construction, trades. Creative media, we have some photographers and some videographers. I can't remember some of the other ones. They're actually really good to food and beverage businesses. Next slide, please. Fort Bound Ave at 490,000, 40 businesses. Dodson, Days, Harlem. Next slide, please. Well, a little shot, I'll give a little bit more breakdown on this, but yeah, top one was Havre. Yeah, Havre has a lot. Havre has a lot of businesses, being Fort Bound Ave right there, and Rocky Boy, and we got Little Shot members there. I honestly thought Great Falls and Havre, I thought Great Falls would have been higher, but a lot of Little Shot businesses in Havre. And a lot of trades and food and beverage. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Next slide. Then I wanted to look at more of the towns and so I only had 3 Equity Fund awards on a reservation. And like I said, we had one here, we had one in Browning, and we had one in on the Crow reservation. But all the rest were off reservation, Havre, Great Falls, Billings, Not too sure where Flowery is, Dodson, kind of stuff, so. Pretty good mix across the state, Little Charlotte footprint was pretty far and wide. Next slide, please. 6KT, Olson, Roman, of course, and yeah, some Harlem. There was quite a few from Browning that applied, but yeah, Harlem was pretty higher than Browning. Construction, food, tourism. Next slide, please. Then final one, Rocky Boy. Big Sandy, Pablo. Again, construction, food and beverage, and some professional services. I think like kind of like the teaching one. We have a couple small-time law offices and accounting services. So those were considered professional services. Next slide, please. And so yeah, that was about it. And it's all in a work in progress. I'm hoping to have some more data within next year, setting out surveys and making some calls, and I want to really get a good idea of how many jobs were produced by internet refund businesses, and really show like an impact that the internet refund has made. So so far I think it's pretty good. So any questions? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
That's real good.
Yeah, yeah, it's good to look and see somewhat of an impact that the grants have made. And so I mean it makes sense, and right now we're in the middle of the application process, and I'm trying to find more of these businesses that are these construction contractors and agriculture businesses, and really want to invest more in those. I think the agriculture has a lot of potential. Just from Pro and Northern Cheyenne area, those are the top industries on our reservations, and I really like to see more of the farming and ranching industry grow, and native owned farming and ranching. So whatever we can do to help, and so yeah, any questions? Any comments? Yes, sir.
What did you say the September 30th date was?
Yeah, the Indian Equity Fund closes on September 30th at midnight.
And then how is that different from the year before?
The year before, we started in August. We started August 1st and we closed October 31st. This route I think is a lot better. We're avoiding the holidays. When it closed on October 31st, it was a nightmare, being Halloween and everything. And so a lot of the Navas, some of them weren't available. They're out trick or treating with their kids and stuff. So September 30th is something, and we'll kind of get the Navas prepared for that day, because I think we had about 60 to 70 businesses applied on that last day. So a lot of them, I noticed, like they'll wait until the deadline and then they'll get it in. But I'm encouraging all Navas to be available as long as they possibly can to help people with their applications, and some of them are requiring their businesses to get it in the 29th, so that way we make sure you have everything in. And so I'm thinking this might be more consistent. Like every year we'll probably open July 1st and close September 30th. So no one's guessing when the application's open. So yeah, if there's any more comments, questions, concerns, thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. All right, do we have any other business?
Next meeting is November 9th at the Little Bighorn College.
Entertain a motion to adjourn. All right.
Who was the second?
Oh, safe travels, everybody. Good seeing everybody here.
Thank you.